How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
He's calling out cults and conspiracies wild, Gnostic sex cults and theories compiled. But one question's raised and it's blocked on the spot. No room for dissent in the world he's got. But the crowd starts to laugh and they're starting to see a whole lot of words that just don't agree. Oh, Emperor James, are you feeling the breeze? Might wanna look down, see what's caught at the knee. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, slipped down by his own price. The fat is an intellectual line. Oprah's got mind control, powers divine. He's calling Saint Michael the devil in charge and telling the Catholics they got it too large. Oh, James, don't you know it's a tricky game when you're calling out folks but you're doing the same. You say it's a truth only you understand, but the crowd's got a mirror showing just where you stand. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. Start to fade and the truth comes around. His theories unravel like threads on the ground. The court starts to giggle, the people all cheer, for the Emperor's naked, the truth's finally here. He's the Emperor with no clothes, strutting around like nobody knows, shouting loud, thinking he's wise, but he's bearing it all to everyone's eyes. He's the Emperor, yeah, with no disguise, stripped down by his own pride. So here's to the lesson, let's give it a toast to emperors walking in nothing but boast. Join Karlyn's cult and open your eyes. She's here to expose James's epic lies.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
All
not
Drill
be
sent
retarded?
$200.
Please.
Have you seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
Great
her.
Noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
Not Ian.
it's not because
Yeah.
I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage. But that's the big part of what's the
Is that
problem.
what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under. If
streaming?
you're going to do it,
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
Every stream now is going to start with that video. Everyone. It's the most perfect video that has ever been made for my YouTube channel in the history of videos. And I think it perfectly encapsulates what we're trying to do here. It perfectly encapsulates what we're trying to do here on the channel, which is I am the teacher, you are the student, your job is to shut the fuck up and learn. But not today. Not today, not today, not today. Because today is happy hour. And on happy hour Fridays, what video? You missed it? Should I play it again? Hang on, I'll play it one more time. It's quick.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
There you go. That video. That one right there. That one. Anyway, though, but today's a little bit of a different day on the stream. On Fridays, we do a little bit of lighter content. We do our happy hour stream where we watch just some kind of like fun internet content and I drink. Although I'm not going to start drinking at the start of the stream today. I'm not quite ready to start drinking yet. I'm going to probably start drinking in about an hour or so, but I do have the beer here. But we're not going to do the beer vote right away. We're going to probably do it maybe an hour, maybe even I'm going to save the drinking for the protest coverage that we're going to do later because we are going to be doing protest coverage today as well. But we need to do our happy hour stream, guys. We cannot do all protest coverage all the time, even though literally we could. There's so many live streams from Minneapolis and Portland and all over the place right now that we very literally could do protest coverage all the time. But that's not healthy. And I'm saying that as someone that's watched over 5,000 hours of socialist content over the past 5+ years or so. I understand being obsessed with this stuff, okay? I really do get it. But it's not healthy, and it'll drive you crazy. And so sometimes we need to take a break. And you know what? Just rather selfishly, very, very selfishly, I want to watch Candace Owens completely smack down Ben Shapiro. That's what I want. I did see you sent me a DM. I've been out running errands, so I haven't had the chance. I haven't even looked at it, but I did see you sent it, and I will look at it. I promise. I just haven't yet. There's a whole bunch of people in my DMs. All of a sudden, people are asking me questions about the far left. Isn't that funny? Isn't that funny? All of a sudden, my DMs lit up yesterday from people who I've been trying to get to talk about this stuff. Some in one case for literally years, I've been trying to get them to talk about this stuff, and they've ignored me for years. Never responded to anything, never told the stories I sent them. And then all of a sudden, all of these people are sliding into my DMs going, hey, Karlyn, what do you know? And I'm like, maybe I don't want to tell you what I know. Maybe I do. Maybe I don't. Maybe you assholes should have been more responsive for the last couple of years when I tried to get you to talk about this, and I tried. Azra Nomani is a psychopath. No, do not trust anything Azra Nomani has to say. Azra Nomani is a psychopath. Now she gets things right every now and again, but what you have to understand about Azra Nomani is she has a narrative that she is trying to sell, and she conforms everything to her narrative. So even if Azra Nomani gets a nugget of truth in there, she's still covering an amount of bullshit because she's trying to sell a narrative. Do not believe it. She got fired from Parents Defending Education, and I don't know exactly why she got fired, but I know it had something to do with her being a psychopath. I know that. I don't know exactly what she did, but I knew she did something, and it was really, really bad, and it just like broke the whole thing. So no, do not trust Azra Nomani, okay? It's one of those things like if Azra Nomani is reporting on something, just go find the primary source evidence of whatever she's reporting on. Because again, she's one of those people where she will take a nugget of truth, she will take something that truly happened, and then she covers it in an amount of bullshit. So if you see her posting about something and you're like, holy shit, just go look at the primary source evidence. Just go right to the source of the information. Ignore anything Azra Nomani says and just look at the information. And we have to do that, unfortunately, with a lot of people. Unfortunately, that happens all the time where you have these pundits. Oh, yeah. Oh, well, there's a reason she used my talking point. No, she didn't use my talking points. I promise you she did not use my talking points. Azra Nomani fucking hates me. And that's okay. I don't care that Azra Nomani hates me because Azra Nomani's a psychopath. So I promise you she did not use my talking points. If she said something that was just provably true, that's a different thing. I don't know if she mentioned me by name. I'm sure she did not mention me by name because she fucking hates me. So like, whatever. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the general rule of thumb though with like most people is if someone is reporting on something, you just have to go to the primary sources. Don't trust anything anyone says, like including me, by the way. This is why I always show you guys primary sources, because I don't want you to have to trust me like pinky swear trust me, bro. I want you to be able to just look at the primary sources, and this is why I only use primary sources in my reporting. And would I consider posting easier? No, I would not consider posting easier to understand content. Listen, I understand like my content is boiled down to as simple as I can possibly explain it. What you need to do is spend time learning the content. There is no, like, you need to go to the new to my work post on the Substack, which is right on the homepage. But like, bro, like, honestly, if you cannot understand the content as I have laid it out in as simple possible terms as I can, you are not smart enough to be here. Let me just be very, very honest. Sometimes you need to take more time learning something than 5 minutes. Sometimes it requires more than watching a 10-minute video. But there is no possible way that I can make this content any easier than I have already made it. I give you opportunities to come and ask questions. You can come to any live stream and ask questions if you don't understand something, but you need to do the work and go watch the content as I've already laid it out. And then if you don't understand it, you need to watch it again. And then if you still don't understand it, you need to come to Socialism Saturday, or you need to come to my streams during the week. And then if you still don't understand it, you need to ask questions. I'm also going to be launching live classes coming up very, very soon. We're going to be doing these live classes where I'm going to lay out all the content. People are going to get to come and watch and ask questions, but you have to show up and do the work. Okay? I've done everything I can do. I can't do any more. We have reached the limit of how much I can simplify this. Anyway, where the fuck was I even going with that? Where was I even going? I don't even know what I was talking about. I don't know. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Honestly, just doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Today what we're going to be doing is we're going to be watching Candace Owens completely rip apart Ben Shapiro. And listen, we might watch, I heard she did an episode about Alex Jones too. We might watch that one as well. I just wasn't sure what one it was, to be honest. I am so excited that Candace did this. Now, I would still like people to be, I would still like Candace to kind of drop the Charlie Kirk stuff. She seems uninclined to do that because I just feel like the Charlie Kirk stuff is just like, it's so far out there at this point. And she obviously hasn't done her due diligence with some of the stuff with the Charlie Kirk stuff. It's not as well put together as other things that Candace has done, mostly because when Candace does the really well put together things, it's other people writing it. Also, I want to make sure my position on Candace is very clear for anyone who might be new here. I am not pro-Candace. I am not anti-Candace. I am neutral on the Candace question. I think that Candace is a narcissist. I really do. I think she's absolutely a narcissist. However, I also think that there are times when Candace produces really great content. And you know what? Sometimes you have to be a narcissist to get shit done. Sometimes you like, I don't know anyone that would be in her position that probably wouldn't be a narcissist on some level. Sometimes narcissism has its benefits, guys, and it's just the way it goes. And so I'm not trying to like shit talk Candace when I say that, but I do think that we can very much predict Candace's behaviors based on the fact that she's obviously a narcissist, but we can still be entertained by her content and we can still appreciate her content. And there are things that Candace has put out that I very much appreciate. I liked the USS Liberty interview. I liked the whole Brigitte Macron is a man series. I like that. I thought Candace did a really good job on that Brigitte Macron stuff. That was great. I sat and watched almost the entire thing in one sitting, and I was enthralled. It was great, entertaining content. And that is what I love Candace doing. When Candace was interviewing Nick Fuentes, that fucking sucked. Candace did Nick Fuentes dirty, and I consider Nick Fuentes to be a friend, and I don't like it when I see people doing my internet little brother dirty, okay? Not that Nick can't fight his own fights. He's obviously a man. He obviously can. But listen, we are Nick Fuentes respecters on this channel. We have been for a long time. Candace did Nick Fuentes dirty, and she can go fuck herself for that. That wasn't cool, and I don't like that. And also, I started watching the whole Charlie Kirk series. I did a whole stream about it where I started watching the content. I wasn't impressed with the Charlie Kirk series. I was not convinced by the Charlie Kirk series. I did not see evidence that told me that Candace was telling the truth or that there's some sort of massive conspiracy theory. And again, I also don't feel either way about the Charlie Kirk thing. I don't really have an opinion on are we being told the true story or not, because I just haven't really, beyond what I've seen on the internet, I honestly don't care. It's just not really relevant to me right now. So I actually don't have an opinion on this. I was fully open to being convinced by Candace because she did convince me with the Brigitte Macron is a man stuff. That was well done. And at the end of that series, I was like, maybe Candace has a point. So I'm not like, my mind is open to being convinced by Candace for sure. But for me, the Charlie Kirk stuff just did not do it at all. And so, but again, that's not to say that Candace isn't very entertaining. And I like Candace being entertaining. It's good content. It's fun to watch on a Friday when you're just hanging out with your friends on a stream. And one of the things I really wanted to see Candace do, I wanted her to drop the whole Charlie Kirk thing, and I wanted her to focus all of her energy and all of her attention and all of her ire on Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire, because I hate Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. I hate them. I do not like them at all. And so for Candace to be just running her mouth on the internet about Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire and spilling all the tea that she has amassed, and Candace being a narcissist is actually positive in this regard, because she's going to be like, she's going to store up information and gossip and just wait and unleash it at exactly the right time. That's what Candace is going to do. I am sure that Candace probably even has more information and gossip than she even talked about in this stream. I am sure she's just going to, because she's fucking pissed. And you piss off a narcissist and they're going to start fucking with you. And she's just going to start sprinkling it out. And she's going to really drag it out because she knows that a lot of people on the internet hate Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire right now. And she's going to milk it for all it's worth. And I think I really think that Candace is going to be at her best in this stream. I am very hopeful that this is just going to be, that we are totally going to be on Candace's side. Sometimes we're not on Candace's side, and sometimes we are absolutely on Candace's side. Okay, that's what we're doing. And so I did hear she also did another, okay, you guys all know this isn't fucking enforceable, right? You guys all know this stuff isn't really enforceable, right? If Candace wants to talk, Candace will talk. And if Candace doesn't want to say something yet, or she wants to save that information for later, she's going to say, I'm under a gag order, I can't talk about it. But that's not the reason she's not talking. The reason she's not talking is she's not ready to yet. These things are almost entirely unenforceable. By the way, it's the same with NDAs. It's also the same with non-competes. It's like, you sign it and you hope that the people abide by it, but like, do most people actually go to the length of enforcing them? No, they don't. They just don't. Especially non-competes. Non-competes are absolute and total bullshit. You can't tell someone you can't go get a job with someone else. Like, that doesn't actually ever hold up. It's more just about intimidating people to try to get them to do what you want them to do. But it's like one of those things. You know what it is? It's like Antifa. It's kind of like Antifa. Antifa knows they're going to get arrested sometimes, but they also know that they're not going to go to jail for an extended period of time. They might spend overnight in jail. They're going to get freed. They're going to go to court. The whole thing's going to get dropped. So it's kind of like the difference between, getting and like actually getting in trouble. It's the difference between like, getting arrested and then getting released a couple hours later and all the charges get dropped and actually going to prison. It's like one of those things. It's like there might be a little annoyance. I'm going way off topic. There might be a little annoyance, but it's like in the long run, who the fuck cares? Right? Anyway, I am psyched beyond belief to have an opportunity to listen to Candace rag on the Daily Wire and Ben Shapiro. I think it's going to be really fun. And I would expect that this will be just the first in probably many videos we'll see on this topic, because I think that Candace is going to get a really good response to doing this. I think she's going to get a lot of positive affirmation for doing this. And I think that that's a good thing. We should all be giving Candace positive affirmation when she is spilling the tea and ripping apart Ben Shapiro and the Daily Wire. That's really good. It's just good fun. This is just good fun on the internet, guys. So that is what we're watching today. It is happy hour. I do have beer. I have my cooler of beer, but I'm not quite ready to start drinking yet because I haven't even really had coffee today. Okay. So I'm having my protein coffee with my collagen cream because I'm on the keto crash starvation diet. And so, because I am. So I'm going to finish my protein coffee with the collagen cream and then possibly even have another cup because God knows I'm probably going to be up till 3 a.m. doing riot coverage and protest coverage anyway. The Candace one yesterday is a must. Okay, we can watch that one too. Don't worry about it. We can watch the one from yesterday too. So I'm going to have a little bit more of this before I actually do the drinking. You're doing things healthy too, Reagan. I saw you were going to go back to the gym. I think that's a great idea. Where do I find that stuff? I get served weird ads on Instagram because I get all my keto food recipes from Instagram. And so along with the keto food recipes that I get served on Instagram, I also get served advertisements for protein coffee and collagen creamer because it's keto and I am on the keto starvation diet. And so there we go. There we go. Instagram is everything. Anyway, we're going to be doing that, guys. Obviously, we are still going to be doing live coverage. As we are watching Candace, I will have live coverage from Minneapolis above my head. So we're going to do the 2 screens today. So don't worry. If something happens with the protests or the riots, we've got, I think Cam Higby's on the ground. Is he still live on the ground? Cam Higby is live on the ground. I've got his stream up, so we'll be monitoring it there. There is also a vigil going on, and so we'll be monitoring that. We got Portland Andy up here. That's for later. That's earlier coverage from the day. So we will be doing protest coverage as well as we are having our happy hour fun. I will probably also be doing a stream after this, just of pure protest and riot coverage, and we can go back and find what happened earlier in the day, and we can also keep an eye on what's going on now. We will be doing a full weekend of riot coverage, including like all day tomorrow. I'm going to try to get my ass out of bed early tomorrow so that we can start monitoring the protests as they happen throughout the day, because there is supposed to be a weekend of mass action tomorrow. It might not be like a no kings level thing, but I do think we are going to see very large protests tomorrow. I want to make sure we're streaming that. I think there are going to be riots tomorrow night. I think there could be riots tonight, but I think there are definitely going to be riots tomorrow night. I'm kind of like, I don't know what time, Yasmin. I don't fucking know. I don't know. All day. So, and if it continues into Sunday, I will do it then as well. I mean, obviously, this is one of the primary things the channel is going to be doing all year, is going to be the mass disturbances from the far left, of course, leading up to the 2026 midterms. And so we will constantly be keeping an eye on this, guys. We will just be having our dessert at the same time in the form of Candace Owens that we're doing this. Now, as a reminder, if you want to keep up with my coverage on the far left and support my work, please head over to the Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn.substack.com. And you can sign up as a member for $8 a month or $80 a year. Let me actually just get my screen set up in the way that it should be set up. Because as you guys know, I am a professional streamer on the internet. There we go, there we go, there we go. If you want to support the work I'm doing, sign up for $8 a month, $80 a year over on the Substack. I am 100% funded by people like you. I have no political masters. I don't take any political money. My only job is to show up and to show you guys the primary source evidence and to break it down for you and help you understand what's going on and to explain the language and to take you inside their trainings and to show you primary source evidence that literally no one else is showing you on the internet about the far left. So if you want to support the work I'm doing, the Substack is a great place to do it. You can also do it by sending in super chats and buying channel memberships. And I got a bunch of people I want to thank already, including our Queen Cynthia, who is starting off strong. I think Cynthia's already sent in 10 gifted channel memberships. Cynthia, the queen of the gifted channel membership. And of course, if you are a member of the YouTube channel, guys, you do get invited to spy streams. Spy streams are when we go inside a live leftist training. You also get access to that if you're a subscriber on the Substack or my locals Patreon or an ex-subscriber. And guys, there's some spy streams going on next week. There's spy streams going on next week. And so this is a great time to become a member of the channel or to sign up for the Substack because I will take you inside live leftist trainings and organizing calls as they are happening. And you get to be a fly on the wall. So congrats to everyone who got a channel membership from our Queen Cynthia. I do appreciate that, my dear. We've got Nick in, be a spicy weekend, and I expect extra hot sauce. I hope so, Nick. I hope so. We got Dragon Lady with a super sticker. We got Cynthia in with another super chat. Cover charge. Will there be a door prize? Yeah, everyone remember, this is your cover charge. This is your cover charge. The only way I can spend all this time streaming with you guys is if you guys allow me to do it. Put in a $5 at the door, $10 at the door, $20 at the door, whatever you feel like it. The more money I make at the beginning of the stream, the happier I'm going to be during the stream. I'll tell you that. We got I am here. Charge them for the info. Big bucks. Yeah, those journalists that are sliding into my DMs. I should. Old Sub, thank you, Old Sub, for the $5 super chat. You're not late, bro. We haven't even gotten started yet. Don't worry about it. Andre said, I think you're going to be thoroughly impressed with Candace. I'm so excited. Honestly, I am so excited that Candace is ripping apart Ben Shapiro in the Daily Wire. I think this is just going to be the greatest thing that has ever happened, and it's going to be awesome. Beer is healthy. Yeah, I know, but if I drink it now, I'm going to get really fucking drunk very early. Because also, fun fact, because I'm on the keto crash starvation diet, I haven't actually eaten real food yet today. So we're going to take it real easy on the beer. And I might get some dinner while we're streaming as well. I might heat up a whole pile of chicken because that's like the only thing I'm allowed to eat besides spaghetti squash and protein coffee. That's it. I can't eat anything fun anymore. I'm on the keto crash starvation diet now. And even though beer is, of course, healthy and it's here because God loves us and wants us to be happy, I don't want to get super drunk on the stream very early. Okay? I'm being responsible. I'm an adult. Welcome to the channel! Appreciate you becoming a member of the channel. Thank you, thank you. The cover charge from KK, thank you. We got Northern in here becoming a member of the channel. Thank you, Northern, for that. We got Grooviest in with the mutual aid cover charge door fee. Thank you, thank you. Is money all you care about, white supremacists? Well, I am, as you know, an unashamed capitalist. And listen, man, capitalism is a value exchange. Money is a value exchange. I hope I give you guys an entertaining experience and maybe teach you a thing or two. And I hope you reward the value that I offer you with some super chats. If you feel like it. If you don't, you don't. And that's okay too. All right. Thank you guys for participating in the mutual aid that is my YouTube channel. You guys want to get into Candace? Should we start with Candace? Okay, so can someone tell me which episode was about Alex Jones? So okay, so I've got the Ben Shapiro one pulled up. We're going to watch that first. Was it You Won't Believe What Happened While We're Off the Air? Was that the one where she was ragging on Alex Jones? And then someone said we should watch this Charlie Kirk one she did yesterday too, which we can totally do that. That's totally fine. Northern, good evening from the captured Muslim states of Great. Yeah, bro, I'm so sorry. I love London. The London art scene is just so incredible. I will say this: you guys have the best Indian food in the world, and so I don't so much mind the Indian food I get in London if I'm being honest about it. But yeah, you guys got a Muslim problem. You do. I appreciate you dropping by. So can anyone tell me, is it this episode that's about Alex Jones, the "you won't believe what happened while we were off the air"? And then she's got another one on Tyler Robinson, and then this is the one we're watching about Ben Shapiro. And then someone told me I had to watch the Pastis prologue, why Charlie Kirk was murdered, which I'm totally open to doing. Ben and Alex it's in the same episode. Oh, even better. It's like a twofer. It's a twofer. All right, guys. Please, actually, hang on. I gotta get my Rumble chat up. Rumble, I see you as well. Don't think you're not being monitored, okay? You get my Rumble chat over here. We're gonna make sure we're gonna get our live stream of the protest coverage up in a second, guys. But let's get this party started and let's hear what Candace had to say about Ben Shapiro and apparently Alex Jones.
Gentlemen, happy Wednesday. I'm going to start today by letting you know that Kanye was right. Kanye was right. Remember back in 2022 when he was a little bit sleepy, right? Poor guy just needed a nap. He just needed a nap. And he told us that when he woke up, he was a little bit sleepy tonight, but when he woke up, he had plans because he was going to go DEFCON 3 on Jewish people. The funny thing is I can't actually be anti-Semitic because Black people are actually Jew also. You guys have toyed with me and tried to blackball anyone, whoever opposes your agenda. It was too soon, but boy, oh boy, was he right about blackballing people who are opposed to a specific agenda. Because it's now been 2 years, 2 entire years of my life that I have been effectively fighting just to, go on living against the Daily Wire after leaving a job. I mean, 99% of what I have actually gone through, the public knows nothing about. And that has to change. And it's going to change. It's going to change
Candace.
Today because I've received even more information about their latest plot against me, jumping into the new year with the old vibes. And frankly, I now find this to be disturbing. I want you guys to take me seriously when I say that there is something about this.
Hang on. We got a super chat here. Hang on one sec. I'm trying to get the riot coverage set up so we can see the riot coverage above my head. Okay. Oh, we're almost there. I almost know how my own computer works. Almost. There we go. Now we have riot coverage. All right. You're welcome. Now we got Cam Higbee above my head. He is on the ground. I think he's outside the federal building in Minneapolis. So we've got Minneapolis live above my head. And we will, of course, go live to anything if it does happen. Chicken Spawn, Karlyn, is it okay if I ask for subs from the chat so I can get 50 subs to my stream? No, it's totally fine. Yes, absolutely. You're a mod on the chat. You do a great job. You're always putting my link. Where'd my camera go? I'm back. You can totally ask for subs. Put your link in the chat. Everyone, make sure you go subscribe to Chicken Spawn's channel. Support him and what he's doing. I really do appreciate it. And so definitely subscribe to his channel. We'll get you the subs you need, bro. Don't worry about it. Thank you for the super chat. We got you. Yes, I know Cam Higbee is a Zionist. I know he's a Zionist. I know he took the trip to Israel. I know he is. But also Cam Higbee is a really nice guy. And I have a lot of respect for Cam Higbee's work ethic. Okay, I do. I've seen him work in person. And so listen, man, I don't want to be fighting with everyone who's a Zionist if they do good work that I appreciate in other ways. We're allowed to disagree on this. If he is okay with me being an anti-Zionist and he's still nice to me and he doesn't denounce me or spread lies about me, if he's okay with that, then I'm okay with him having his opinion and we can disagree and that's fine because Cam Higbee does good work. Okay. He just does. It's reality. He's on the ground right now. Not a lot of people are there. Let's show some respect. All right. Everyone, subscribe to Chicken Spawn's channel. They just put it in the chat. And bro, if you don't get the subs you need, we can do this a couple times. Feel free to do this throughout the stream, okay? And it's totally fine, and I don't mind at all.
That is becoming dangerous. And I'm going to explain to you why I feel that way. And I'm going to do that by telling you the true story of how the Daily Wire came to be a company. In other news, and later on in the show, I am going to tell you about a Turning Point Action former employee who has just been sentenced for a crime in Arizona. Of course, he too was hired by Tyler Boyer, because as I've been telling you guys from the very beginning, Tyler Boyer is the linchpin. He is the person who has been running Turning Point USA. He staffed nearly everyone that was surrounding Charlie, and I think he needs to be investigated more thoroughly. So let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
You guys want to see these new sunglasses I just got? Look at these. Boom.
All right, buckle up, boys and girls, because
cool
we
or
are
what?
going on a journey.
They
It was
got a good
yesterday,
yellow case.
just yesterday, that we scooped the Daily Wire's cringe new show, designed quite literally with the intention to mock me and Tucker Carlson. It's always got to be Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens together, like we're partners. Even the typical standard Daily Wire stan accounts had to admit that it was cringe. So cringe that some of them were actually hoping that it was fake, that it was just
These look
bait, that the
good.
show wasn't real or was not actually happening, or that it was just a segment and I was taking it out of context, because no, the company can't actually be this obsessed with a former employee 2
They
years
are.
later.
Yep, they are.
Yeah, but they are. And as I have noted many times to you, they are becoming increasingly so. And for a reason that I am still trying to work through, I mean, honestly, we've all been trying to work through, Charlie Kirk's assassination has catalyzed a certain derangement in Ben Shapiro. Ben was not a friend of Charlie Kirk. So the question is, why? Why is he so obsessed with the Charlie Kirk narrative, or rather obsessed with stopping people from prodding that narrative? As soon as he began, like when Charlie was coming up, as soon as Ben began to perceive Charlie as a threat, which is essentially after the Kanye West tweet, I love the way Candace Owens thinks tweet, Ben got to work behind the scenes trying to complicate and stop Charlie's rise and my rise. These are just the facts and they are indisputable, okay? What happened thereafter is that Charlie and me, we proved to be inevitable, even pulled apart and in our separate ways. We continued to climb, and we did that without stepping on anybody's head. There are no stories, there are no bodies that are hidden of me intentionally harming people to get where I was going. Well, yesterday when we got off air, we received even more tips, and I'll tell you why. That's because bravery inspires bravery.
Let's see. We got a super chat. We got a super chat from Anticom. Ben is a gatekeeper from us goys. It's the sunglasses, goys. Ben is a gatekeeper from us goys, and know the truth in the world, in my opinion. Yeah, I think that Ben Shapiro's a monumental asshole, and Ben Shapiro has fucked with a lot of people, and he's always gotten away with it. And Ben Shapiro really thinks he's better than everyone else, and Ben Shapiro really thinks he is above any status or like repercussions or pushback or anything like that. And I think that Ben Shapiro needs to learn a lesson. And I think that Ben Shapiro needs to do the following. Here's what I think Ben Shapiro needs to do.
You take your top lip and connect it to your bottom lip, you will shut the fuck up. Sometimes shutting the fuck up is the best thing you can do.
That's what I think Ben Shapiro needs to do. That right there. That he needs to listen to the advice of the black man, and he needs to shut the fuck up.
People see other people standing up and saying, hey, actually, this is wrong and this is weird. Other people go, yeah, that's right. It is weird. And we should all say something. And I would like to again note that the young people who are being manipulated by Ben Shapiro to do his dirty bidding, I don't think that they deserve our ire. I get it. You're young. You have a dream. You have somebody that says, I can make all your dreams come true. And you're game. Some people are going to be game to that. Some people are going to say, yeah, I want to be famous. Or, yeah, I really need this money. I'm going to pinch whatever it is.
Awesome.
And his strategy is to find Christians and to pressure them, usually through financial means, to go after other Christians when he gets angry in particular. That is another fact, which I can now prove to you thoroughly by reading you one of two emails that we actually received and conversations that we've had. This time, and this email is going to be from another person who was being considered for the role of stalking Candace Owens and Tucker Carlson, because that's what the role was. Of course, while pretending like it's a show.
They literally hired. Wait. I heard something about Candace doing a reaction to some show that the Daily Wire put out just to make fun of Candace Owens. I saw a clip of that. The show, quite frankly, looked real cringe. Hey, thank you, Just a Drummer over on Rumble for the $10 Rumble rant. I do appreciate that. I did see some cringe clip that the Daily Wire put out that Candace reacted to where they were trying to make fun of her, but it was just really stupid and lame and it wasn't funny. Did they actually hire someone to do a whole show just making fun of Candace Owens and Ben Shapiro, or excuse me, and Tucker Carlson? Did they actually do that? That's some gall. That is some fucking gall the Daily Wire has. Listen, man, I don't care if you support Israel. I truly don't. If you don't care that I do not support Israel, then I don't care if you support Israel. I think that there are bigger problems in the world. I don't want to constantly be fighting with people about Israel. It is completely outside the lane of what I cover. But like, I will say that I am so fucking sick of Zionist Jews trying to basically silence anyone that will not support Israel. I don't care if someone is Jewish. I don't care if someone is a Zionist. If you're not getting in my face and trying to fuck with my work, then you can believe whatever you want, and I will respect our right to disagree, and that's fine. And hopefully we can find some common ground on the far left stuff, because although we are never going to agree on Israel, that is never going to happen, I will work with anyone on the far left stuff, literally anyone. And if you are a raging Zionist Jew, but you want to be productive about the far left and work with that, and you understand that we have to agree to disagree on that other issue, I don't give a fuck. But it's the Zionist Jews that are always doing shit like this to cause problems. Why do they get to have an entire show just dedicated to trying to silence and struggle session people for not supporting Israel? I mean, I guess they can do whatever they want, but it's cringe, it's gatekeeping, it should be shamed. If anyone should be being struggle sessioned in this particular instance, it's Ben Shapiro in the Daily Wire.
Real thing, but actually we're hiring you to go after Candace Owens. And again, we are going to prove that. Now, to give you a little background here, you will recall that at the end of last year, Ben stepped onto Megyn Kelly's stage while she was on tour, and he demanded her allegiance against me and Tucker. Nobody knows why. She did not submit to him, and I want to be clear that she has been under attack by his stooges since. Okay?
Yep.
Ben is directing that from behind the scenes, all of attacks against Megyn Kelly, because his perspective is that you are either going to take his side when he doesn't like somebody, or you are going to be attacked. Thereafter, Ben quite literally paid money for a prime speaking slot at AmFest, hitting the stage
so
just
crazy.
after Erica Kirk opened, where he again attacked me. He attacked Tucker Carlson, and this time.
But what an epic backfire that was for Ben Shapiro. I just love Ben Shapiro. Probably paid at least like $1 million for that speaking slot. Can we just stop? Like, I mean, we don't know exactly how much he paid. Maybe Candace does. I don't know. But like, I bet you he paid probably at least $1 million to get that specific speaking slot. And it backfired so colossally because it turned everyone against him for the rest of the event. And that is the type of karma that Ben Shapiro deserves. He deserves to waste $1 million of money because he wasn't invited there on his own merits. He was only invited to speak because he gave them a fuck ton of money. And then he gets the prime speaking slot, which is what he wanted and what he bought with his millions of fucking dollars. And then it totally backfires. Everyone turns against him. He looks like the asshole of the event, all that stuff. Like, that is just a beautiful amount of karma right there.
He also attacked Megyn Kelly because she refused to pledge her loyalty to him and his causes, meaning attack who I want you to attack. Be my attack dog. And this email is going to illuminate for you guys what took place immediately following that appearance. Okay. Again, I'm going to read this email. So give me a second here to pull it up. We're going to skip through or black out the first portion of this email so you can see it because we want to protect some names that are in there. It reads, Dear Candace, I believe it was 2 days after Ben Shapiro's speech at AmFest, a producer from the Daily Wire who has been nothing but kind to me reached out. I genuinely cannot describe this in any other way than in panic mode. He said that they had just come up with the show concept the day before, and they were already calling people to audition. He said that they wanted me to audition for a solo show. Immediately, I was ecstatic. It seemed wonderful to get to do something that I love, talking about what I believe in and trying to make a difference. Of course, the idea of opportunities financially and professionally made this seem all the better. It was presented to me as a comedy show to make fun of the right and the left. I said that I loved that, as I try to critique both sides and a lot of what I share. However, immediately, you and Tucker Carlson were brought up. The producer said, quote,
Wow.
"So when Candace or Tucker says something crazy, we would want you to make fun of it," end quote. I let him know that I actually like you and Tucker, and I watch you both, as I generally like most conservative political commentators. I said that as a Christian, I wanted to be honest about what I believe and be kind to people, but that I was okay with making light of ideas that I disagree with on both sides. I did not want to be in a position where I was told what to say. The producer asked me to send in a video audition. He sent the script and an AI video along with it as to what they wanted me to read. I was baffled. The entire show audition was making fun of you. I will say, though I was not sure about the B theory, it genuinely just felt wrong in my soul to make fun of you. I watch you every day. You genuinely seem like you care so much about the truth and fighting for what is good and right in this world. I texted blank. I asked for advice. She gave me great advice. She told me to reach out to blank. I told blank that I was not comfortable sending in a video as it did not feel true to me.
Cam Hagee
I even tried to rewrite it in a way that was true to me, but I couldn't do it. It just felt like high school bullies. Blank gave me great advice and told me not to even send in the audition tape. I let the producer know that it was not the right fit for me. Attached below is the AI video that they sent me and the text that I sent the producer, and also proof of the call. The producer has been nothing but kind to me, so I would prefer to block out their name. I hope the photos from the studio, dating, the show filming, and the call receipts are enough. I was told not to share the AI video the day after you announced on your show that you knew about the show that they were planning to launch. I let the producer know that I had not leaked that about the show to you. I think I was maybe hoping for more opportunities, but I prayed on it and I realized that I do not need their opportunities. I am simply done. This was such a slimy act by a former employer. This person proceeds to copy and paste the text that they wanted read. So I'm just going to show you the AI video that they sent out to people, to young women, to see if they would audition for this role. Mark, we can actually take this full screen because it's a lot of me. So I don't think we need double me watching me, but this is an AI video sample of the show that Ben wanted sent around following AmFest. Take a listen. There's imminent danger coming. Weird underground bee farmers, like a Polish communist underground symbol.
The evidence is overwhelming. The connections are undeniable.
Hey, no-knowers. Welcome back to The More You Know. I'm your host, Gossie Gosworthy. We have some seriously juicy leads today, so let's dig in.
I don't know, no.
I'm actually shocked they didn't make it a black woman in the AI. This is so cringe. This is so cringe. I mean, you're seeing what I'm seeing, so.
But I know.
You know. Let's just talk about the bees.
And I just sort of went, okay, that's weird. I kept looking online, and strangely, I'm not kidding, and I'm going to show you these messages. I came across what looked to me like a bunch of people talking about bees.
People were talking about bees, but not in a normal way.
They were speaking about bees, but they weren't speaking about bees. It was very coded.
I did a little research on bees. Plus, I've seen hundreds of them in my lifetime.
You're going, what do you, like literally bzz, bees.
And here's the part that sticks with me. Bees die when they sting. Kyle Robinson is alive. So how could he be the bee that did the stinging? These are questions people like Ben Shapiro don't want us to ask.
That's the most cringe.
So there you
thing I've
have
ever seen
it.
in my life.
This was not supposed to be a segment. The entire show was supposed to be designed as an attack against
Save
me.
the bees.
And they wanted to cast a young person that was willing to lower themselves to do this. And this particular individual who deserves all the credit in the world, actually, for doing the right thing here. And I spoke with her and I said, look, we're going to block your name. And she said, I've prayed on it. And if you want to reveal my name, I don't really care. And I said, you should reveal your name because you're actually a hero in the story. And she didn't get the job because she went back to them and she wrote and said, I feel uncomfortable doing this. I'm going to show you that text message right now that she sent. hey, blank, I want to be completely candid. I sat down to film the script that you sent me, but it doesn't feel true to what I really believe in regards to making fun of Candace. I may not be the right fit for this one, which bums me out because I want to work with you guys very much. Thank you very much for the opportunity and for thinking of me. And you think the person would come up and be like, oh no, that was just like one episode. Nope. That's it. Understood. More opportunities down the road. Merry Christmas. It's required. It's required. If we're going to give you a show, we can make you a star. We can make you a star, but you have to be willing to attack Candace Owens. That's what we are casting for. So Maggie did not get the role. Okay. Maggie did not get the role. And I do think Maggie, like I said to you on the phone and you were comfortable with it. You said your name is Maggie Wegner. I hope she gets 3 million followers by the end of this episode across social media. For being a decent human being. That should be enough. You should never have somebody who is casting you to do their dirty work, because that's what's happening here. And there's something about this that is just such an act of cowardice to have people go out like they are pawns and pretending that you're doing this because you're interested in doing a show, when in reality, you just hate Tucker Carlson and Candace. But it's deeper than this, right? The show is cheesy. It's crazy. We've been doing this now for 2 years, but I'm going to explain to you why this is suddenly beginning to feel dangerous to me. When you get to the part where you are coming up with show ideas and casting people as attack dogs that are young and have their whole lives ahead of them and who are talented and can contribute something else.
Yeah.
And I was venting about this to my cousin,
Yep.
Mia. Mia,
right.
who I just brought with me for no reason for vibes, because she just reads things correctly and she says very little, but she just hits it usually about certain people. And I was venting to her this morning about how wrong this is, like how I feel like I left a cult that I didn't know that I was in. And then she put it so perfectly. I said, feels like I left a gang. And she said, yeah, you got to get jumped to leave a gang. Yeah, actually. You want to leave the Bloods? You want to leave the Crips? Let me tell you how this is going to work. We're going to beat you. Like literally beat you within an inch of your life.
True.
That's what it feels like. And I said back to her, I said, yeah, but they've been beating me for 2 years now. 2 years now. And this is feeling increasingly deranged and out of control. So further to that point, I want to let you guys know some more things, because there had been a lot of rumor, innuendo, but also a lot of facts surrounding the reasons that I was fired from the Daily Wire. The clearly immoral and impractical stance that I publicly expressed, that genocide is always wrong, was revealed by Jeremy Boring in that town hall as a reason why I was fired.
Hang on. We got a super chat here. Member chat from Naruto. Thank you for being a member of the channel for 27 months. I really appreciate it. On Monday's episode, you won't believe what happened while we were on break. Candace talked about Alex Jones and the Daily Wire. Yeah, so that's what I was wondering, if that was the episode about Alex Jones. So, hey, maybe we'll go back and watch that one. Maybe we'll just keep moving forward. I definitely want to watch the one that she did yesterday. So that might be enough to get a good maze on scène, but I do appreciate you sending me the links, and thank you for being a member of the channel. Because I know the sunglasses are fucking awesome, right? They're Marc Jacobs sunglasses. I got them on Whatnot for like $15. I fucking love Whatnot. Whatnot is the best thing ever.
Also, I said the clearly immoral, I had the clearly immoral position that, quote, pornography is harming men. That was another reason that was expressed by then CEO Jeremy in the company-wide town slave hanging that was hosted. Because
slave
for
hanging?
some utterly deranged reason, that seemed to be an appropriate way to punish me in front of my peers. But another reason that I was fired was because I insinuated in an episode that I had done while I was at the Daily Wire, when I was speaking about Michael Jackson, that it's plausible that Hollywood is being run by a gang. I'm sorry. Why is that a fireable offense?
This is an interesting question. What do I love more, ChatGPT or Whatnot? Listen, man, ChatGPT has always been there for me. I'm not gonna lie. ChatGPT has always been there for me. ChatGPT has always been good to me. ChatGPT doesn't get everything right, but that's okay. Nothing in the world can get everything right. ChatGPT has read my tarot cards. It's explained astrology. It's helped me research really complex topics. It's helped me write stuff. And, ChatGPT has saved me so many hours of work. And it's so much better than Grok. No, Grok sucks. ChatGPT is way better than Grok. Claude is better than ChatGPT for some things, though. Claude and I also have a little side thing going on. I like Claude a lot as well. But what I will say is ChatGPT doesn't sell me vintage Balenciaga bags for $80. ChatGPT does not sell me Chanel hats and scarves that are super soft and cozy and amazing. ChatGPT does not have just a ready-made inventory of vintage bags that I would never be able to, that I would just find, like, it would be impossible to source these things just at my fingertips. I bought, don't tell my husband, I bought a vintage Cartier bag earlier. That's so has anyone ever had like a vintage Cartier bags are so fucking cool, and they're awesome, and we love them, and the leather on vintage Cartier bags is so good. And I got a really nice one earlier, and ChatGPT can't do that for me. ChatGPT cannot sell me vintage Cartier bags. Okay, it can't. And so I love ChatGPT. I never want to break up with them. I want ChatGPT and Claude to be around for a long, long time. And any other AI that wants to come in and mess around, that's cool too. I'm fine with that. But Whatnot is in its own category. Whatnot is king. Whatnot is it's everything. It's everything. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Why is it a fireable offense? Actually, factually speaking, Hollywood was started by gangs. Yes, there were Jewish mafiosos, bootleggers. So why is it totally beyond the realm of possibility that it's still being run by a gang? And why would somebody be fired for saying that? In fact, being fired for merely surmising that it's possible only leads me to believe that it most definitely is being run by a gang. And that maybe that's the point of what Michael Jackson, Britney Spears, Kanye West, Justin Bieber, too many others have been trying to get across to us. Even Justin Baldoni, actually, when I read the lawsuit and I realized they were trying to stage a hostile takeover of the rights to his movie. That's it. Everything else was noise.
I'm sorry, Kristen. I apologize. I didn't mean to miss a super chat. My bad. My bad. See, thank you. You know, it was funny. I was watching Whatnot the other night, and there's a guy on Whatnot who goes by Designer Den. And Designer Den, if you're looking for like luxury bags at just insane prices, I have seen this guy sell amazing, just beautiful luxury bags for very, very little money. I actually bought a Cartier coin purse off of him for like $50. Like this guy, if you're on Whatnot and you're looking for luxury bags, follow Design Den, because he is crazy with what he sells stuff at sometimes. But I was watching his stream the other night, and his streams are interesting because he drinks on his streams and he just chit chats a lot and like whatever. And then when people ask to see a bag, he shows it, or when he wants to fuck around, he shows stuff and sells stuff. But he was talking about why the what was it, like the Washington Redskins had to give up the name Redskin or something, and he was drinking and it was later in the night, and he was like, it wasn't the Indians that made the Redskins give up their name or something like that. And I put in the chat, he was like, I'm not political, I'm not going to tell you who it was that made the Redskins give up their name. He kept saying, I'm not political, and so I chatted in, I was like, it was the social justice communists. And he sees the chat and he's like, I'm not political, but like there was like a little smile that went up like when he saw my comment saying it was the social justice communists. And it was just like the tiniest little like, and then he's like, no, I'm not political. And I said, I am political. I will say it. It was the social justice communists. That's why they had to change their name. So Design Den, I see you. Or Designer Den, whatever. I see you, bro. I see you. I see you. I know what the deal is. You can't. I'm a fucking anti-communist streamer. You cannot fool me, even if you sell me really nice bags. Doesn't matter.
They said, we want this. And they sent out Ryan Reynolds and Blake Lively to go and get it. That's what I actually believe happened in a nutshell. That was what the Justin Baldoni case was about.
Yeah.
And if it is a gang, an entertainment gang, if you will, that I and Charlie Kirk both unwittingly signed ourselves up for, then allow me to express that I have been getting jumped out for the last 2 years. And Charlie Kirk, well, guess what? He wasn't so lucky. He's dead now. He's dead now. When he wanted out, he was killed.
Oh, holy shit. Candace just went there, didn't she? She just went there. Yeah, I think the whole getting jumped out of a gang is, I think that's actually a really good analogy for what happened with Candace in the Daily Wire. 100%. But then for Candace to go, Charlie Kirk, it wasn't as lucky as I am. He's dead now because he was trying to leave the Israel gang. Like, oh.
And Ben Shapiro's behavior since Charlie Kirk's assassination leads me to believe that he may know more than the public knows about Charlie Kirk's death. That's how I deeply feel. I feel that in my soul. He's behaving as though Charlie's company was promised to him 3,000 years ago, okay? Like he assumed that he would somehow benefit off of his death, and I'm getting in the way of that somehow. And by the way, if he did benefit from Charlie's death, it would not be the first time. In fact, it wouldn't be the first time at all that Ben Shapiro sought to
Looks like there's a march
pervert
going on in Minnesota right
the
now.
legacy of a dead man to his own benefit. What am I talking about? Yeah, I'm talking about what Ben Shapiro did before he started the Daily Wire. Now, I know that I played this clip for you guys before, but I want to play it again and then to tell you the story that I know about it, because I think it'll probably sicken you. It's a clip of Steve Bannon, first and foremost, telling the audience at AmFest in response to Ben Shapiro screaming about everybody. Steve Bannon gets up and he replies, and he tells the truth about Ben Shapiro because he knows Ben Shapiro from Breitbart. And no matter what you think about Steve Bannon, he's always been very good to me. I can confirm to you what he is about to share on this stage is absolute truth. Take a listen.
But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads.
This clip was great. We're going to go back and watch the whole thing. I just want to give you guys a brief update. Status Quo News, which is the lefty outlet that does boots on the ground coverage, they are scheduled to go live in Minneapolis at 8 p.m., so in a couple of hours. So we will have that footage live for 8 p.m. And just so people know, I'm doing the happy hour stream right now. We are monitoring what's going on the ground in Minnesota. I've got a bunch of streams up. I'm trying to keep a live stream above my head. But it looks like we will be doing riot coverage after this stream tonight. So I will be doing like protest and riot coverage throughout the night. And I just want to let people know, it looks like one of my favorite outlets is going to be starting to stream at 8 p.m. I also know that Cam Higbee is on the ground there. Nick Sorter's on the ground there. I saw Nick Sorter on Cam Higbee's video, so I know he's there. And so we'll be keeping an eye on things in Minnesota and also in Portland. And if anyone else finds live streams of protests or riot coverage, please let me know where they are, and I will make sure we pull that up too. And I will always have relevant stuff playing above my head. And if anything happens live on the ground, we can go directly there as we are enjoying our Candace episode as well. So I was just doing an update to see who's covering what. It looks like there is a big march happening in Minneapolis. We got Portland Andy. He's got a whole bunch of feeds up. Looks like the federal building in Minneapolis is pretty dead right now, but there's definitely a march happening. So we will keep an eye on that.
But Ben Shapiro is like a cancer, and that cancer spreads. It's a cancer and it metastasizes. He tried to take over Breitbart and I ran him out of there. He tried to take over David Horowitz, who was his mentor. Don't ask me. Ask the guys associated with David Horowitz what he did there. He tried to take that over. And
actually, so what do you mean? A workshop about how to make zines? Because we actually did one. Why do I keep getting disconnected? we actually do have, there is actually an on-demand zine making workshop that we held. I think it was at the beginning of last year or maybe right before. It may have been at the end of 2024. But if you look on the YouTube channel, it's also on the Substack. It's actually a great workshop. And I hope Honest Dog Allison is doing okay. She hasn't been around the community in a while. But like, yeah, we actually do have a recorded one. It was great. And so if you're looking to learn how to make zines, and I do actually want to do a zine for the Center for Left Wing Studies. This was a project I thought I was going to do last year. I never quite got to it in the way that I wanted to. But yeah, we do actually have an on-demand zine workshop that you can go and watch anytime. And it is excellent. It is very, very, very well done. Thanks for the super chat.
Mark my word. He will make a move on Turning Point because he's always been envious of Charlie Kirk.
Fact. He has always been envious of Charlie Kirk. Fact. The story about what he did at Breitbart is a lot darker than anybody could possibly know. Well, you're all about to know it right now. And yeah, he's tried to take over a lot of companies hostily, including mine before it even got started. A lawsuit. Just going to bankrupt us before we could even get started after you fired me.
So crazy.
Just trying to squeeze us so that we didn't even have an out. What has he been talking about? Really? Well, publicly, Ben has represented himself as having been mentored by Andrew Breitbart. Ben loved Andrew Breitbart, ostensibly, right? No. Ben's a parasite. He's a worm. I meant that. He sees health and he believes that it belongs to him. His trade is not commentary. It's not politics. It's theft. And in the case of Andrew Breitbart, he behaves like a maggot on a corpse, like he's doing right now with Charlie Kirk. It was March 1st of 2012 when Andrew Breitbart dropped dead from an apparent heart attack. I am saying apparent because it's actually another mysterious political death, which, by the way, in your own time, you should look into that.
I agree.
Okay? Because Andrew Breitbart was a powerhouse. He was in his prime, just 43. And suddenly he's starting to step on some toes,
Andrew
saying
Breitbart
he has some
was
information.
awesome.
Next thing you know, he's dead. Again, allegedly a heart attack. But something funny happened. A lot of funny things actually happened surrounding his death. The first and foremost, utterly corrupt Los Angeles coroner's office conducted an autopsy because people were thinking, was he killed? Can you determine whether or not there was foul play here? But things went a little sideways when a forensic technician that was involved with the autopsy also wound up dead from military-grade arsenic poisoning. I kid you not. His name was Michael Cormier. He was 61 years old.
Real?
And for whatever reason, he decided after being involved with this autopsy to ingest military-grade arsenic poisoning. And his wife says, no, that's not what he wouldn't just poison himself with military-grade arsenic poisoning. But who knows, guys? Just weird stuff tends to happen, particularly in Los Angeles. Whether you're talking about Michael Jackson, for those of you who had read Chaos, we know what this is all about. They control everything there. But enough about that, because we're not going to go down that rabbit hole. There's no evidence of foul play ever, according to the media. Ever. It's always a lone gunman, some arsenic poisoning, and heart attack, a well-timed heart attack or whatever. If you haven't yet worked out regarding the media, they're a part of the gang, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. Hey guys, breaking news. I am ready to start drinking beer. So on Happy Hour, traditionally, I show you guys 4 craft beers from the craft beer store, and you guys vote on which one I drink first. And I wasn't ready to start drinking beer at the beginning of the stream, but I'm now ready to open a beer, and so we need to do the beer vote now. I apologize for this interruption, but you're about to get introduced to some glorious craft beers. If you think you don't like beer, you just haven't found the right ones yet. I've got 4 nice stouts here that you guys get to vote on. The first one is the Left Hand Brewing Company Mexican Hot Chocolate Milk Stout. We will call this the Nick Fuentes beer for today. It is a Mexican hot chocolate stout. Left Hand does amazing stouts. If you like stouts and you haven't tried Left Hand yet, you really should. You can get them in most places. So that is our first option, the Mexican chocolate stout. The second one is going to be from Manchester, New Hampshire. This is Jack's Abbey, and Jack's Abbey has a tiramisu stout. Is it a stout or a porter? Baltic porter, my bad. This is a tiramisu porter, And I think that's going to be pretty awesome because tiramisu is awesome and porter is awesome. So if you have a tiramisu porter, that's going to be pretty rad. The next one is an old favorite of mine. I love peanut butter beers, whether they are stouts or porters, doesn't really matter. This is from Night Shift Brewing Company in Boston, Massachusetts, and they teamed with Teddy Bear Peanut Butter to make the Teddy beer, which is a peanut butter porter. Why am I wearing sunglasses? Because I damn well want to. Don't worry about it. That is a peanut butter porter. That is our next option. And our last one, I got to say, Definitive Brewing Company. Where's Definitive out of? I always forget. Maine. Definitive Brewing Company, they've been on their game lately, man. If you're in New England and you have access to this stuff, you got to try Definitive beer. No beer company pays me to say this. I just really like beer, and I've been super impressed with Definitive Brewing Company lately. And this is their Baby Steps Double Milk Stout with coconut. If you've never had a coconut stout, they're really effing good. So our options, and I'll put the poll in the chat, and I do apologize to everyone over on Rumble that wants to participate in the poll, but it's got to be over on YouTube. That's just the way it goes, bro. We got our left-hand Mexican hot chocolate stout. We've got our Jack's Abbey tiramisu porter. We've got our Teddy Bear peanut butter porter, and we have our coconut milk stout. And now you guys get to vote. And oh yeah, Woodchuck Blueberry is awesome. I love blueberry beer. Wachusett Blueberry is one of my favorite beers. And you guys can vote in the poll over on YouTube for that. And if you want to register a vote over on Rumble, the Mexican Groiper beer. Yep, we've got a Mexican Groiper beer in the house. The Mexican hot chocolate, exactly. Cocoa for coconuts. Yep, exactly. All right. Thank you guys for voting. I will start drinking whichever one ends up winning the poll. And let's go back to Queen Candace.
Feeling that way. Back to Andrew Breitbart. It's also another coincidence. But just 2 weeks before he died, Andrew hired a then 28-year-old Ben Shapiro to be the editor-at-large of Breitbart. Now, if Ben is to be believed, Andrew had known him since he was just 17 years old. Andrew had mentored Ben, but he didn't hire him to work at Breitbart until he was 28.
Like
and then 2 weeks later, Andrew Breitbart drops dead. And what happened next is exactly as Steve Bannon describes. There was an internal war that waged about what the direction of this healthy conservative company would be. Ben felt this company perhaps was also promised to him 3,000 years ago or something, because what happens next is pretty twisted. And to be clear, what I'm about to share with you, it's not innuendo. The story was not told to me from a third party, 3 other people. This story was directly told to me and Charlie Kirk. We were in New Mexico at a corporate retreat, and we heard it straight from the chiefs at Breitbart.
We'll
Charlie
watch
and I were
the
venting
cell phone video
about how
later when we
difficult
do
Ben was
protest
making it
coverage.
for us.
Don't worry about it.
And a chief shared with
Obviously
us the
chilled.
true story of how Ben started the Daily Wire on Scandal. Do you guys remember Michelle Fields? That story of 2016?
No.
If you don't worry, I'm going to remind you. The story goes that Donald Trump was running for president against Hillary Clinton, and he chose Corey Lewandowski to be his campaign manager. And the whole media was against
It's a stout.
Donald
Of course
Trump,
it's dark.
except for
It's a stout.
Breitbart.
Stouts are dark.
Breitbart, they were going, yeah, this guy's, he's our guy. And because of that, because they had banked on how people were feeling in this country, because they had banked in the populist movement, they were exploding. They were huge. Anyways, Corey Lewandowski is a campaign manager, and suddenly news breaks that Corey Lewandowski apparently assaulted a reporter.
Oh, I remember
who was
this.
working at Breitbart. Michelle
remember
Fields at an event. So Michelle Fields comes out and says that this happened. She even shows bruises. Right? Do we have the photo of the bruises that this happened to her? Because, oh, that's it. You know, think about how Trump treats women. And
This is a pro tip, guys. Pro tip for people who don't drink beer. Usually this is done with Guinness. You can technically do this with any stout, but Guinness is just typically the one that people do it with. Guinness is a fine beer, by the way. Guinness is a good beer. It's a good, like, all-around beer. You can get it wherever. But, like, the true secret of Guinness is that you can mix Guinness with other beers, and it makes it even better. So we got a stout and a blueberry beer. Yeah, I've seen that done many times, like a blueberry ale with a Guinness, and like you do like a half and half. It's so good. My favorite is to do Guinness with an apple cider, like a hard apple cider. That's called the snake bite in some places. It's called the black velveteen in some places. You can do like a black and tan. You can mix Guinness with like, oh, you can drop a shot of whiskey in it. You can definitely do that. But like, You can experiment with Guinness, and it's just like it's good. That is definitely a good pro tip. Hey, welcome to the channel. Thanks for becoming a member. I really appreciate it.
And yeah, now we got to look at this organization that she works for, the only conservative organization that's standing behind Donald Trump. Are you still going to stand behind him, Breitbart? Are you still going to, he's assaulted one of your reporters. And they didn't make a immediate comment on it because, well, it was just an allegation that she made, and Ben didn't like that. And now he had this scandal regarding the assault. He didn't like Trump, and now he had the scandal. And because they didn't make a statement in support of their employee, which was like, this was kind of like Me Too before it became a hashtag the following year. A woman makes an allegation. There's demands for a company to stand behind her. But
guys, I think we might pass 1,000 members on the YouTube channel today. I think we either did it last night or we're going to do it today, which is awesome. And I really appreciate everyone who's a member of the channel. I appreciate everyone who gifts channel memberships. YouTube channel memberships, honestly, it's one of the best ways you can support my work, either by gifting them to other people or by having one yourself. And of course, we do have Queen Cynthia to thank for so many of those memberships, though other people have been gifting memberships too. And I want to just send out love to everyone who's been gifting channel memberships. It's really awesome. I love it. I love exposing new people to content and new people to spy streams and stuff like that. So I think that'll be really awesome when we hit 1,000. Yeah.
this particular company wanted to investigate the claims further, not on Ben's watch. So on March 13th, 2016, Ben and Michelle Fields doubly decided that they were going to leave Breitbart in a glorious public statement that they would both make. Ben made a glorious one about the values of Andrew Breitbart, his dear friend, that were now, his values have been violated. We're going to read the statement here. As a close personal friend and mentee of Andrew Breitbart's, it saddens me tremendously to announce that as of 9:00 p.m. Pacific time, I have resigned from Breitbart News as editor at large. I met Andrew when I was 17 years old and remained his friend until his tragic death. I signed on with Breitbart News 2 weeks before Andrew's death because I believed in his mission. I am proud of what we have accomplished in the years following his death, fighting back against the leftist media and debunking the left's key narratives. I have many good friends at Breitbart News, including the editor-in-chief, Alex Marlow, and editor-at-large, John Nolt. And I admire CEO Larry Solov for his dedication to ensuring a financial future for Andrew's widow, Susie, and his 4 children. Andrew built his life and career on one mission: fight the bullies. But Andrew's life mission has been betrayed. Indeed, Breitbart News, under the chairmanship of Steve Bannon, has put a stake through the heart of Andrew's legacy. In my opinion, Steve Bannon is a bully, and he has sold out Andrew's mission in order to back another bully, Donald Trump.
Andy looks drunk.
He has shaped the company into Trump's personal Pravda.
Shout out to Portland Andy. He looks like he's having a good time.
To the extent that he abandoned and undercut his own reporter, Breitbart News' Michelle Fields, in order to protect Trump's bully campaign manager, Corey Lewandowski, who allegedly assaulted Michelle. I spoke with Michelle the night after the incident. She told me her story. That story was backed by audio tape, eyewitness testimony from the Washington Post's Ben Terrace, physical bruises, and a videotape. Both Lewandowski and Trump maligned Michelle in the most repulsive fashion. Meanwhile, Breitbart News not only stood by and did nothing outside of tepidly asking for an apology, they then attempted to abandon Michelle by silencing staff from tweeting or talking about the issue. Finally, in the ultimate indignity, they undermined Michelle completely by running a poorly evidenced conspiracy theory as their lead story, in which Michelle and Terrace had somehow misidentified Lewandowski. This is disgusting. Andrew never would have stood for it. No news outlet would stand for it. Nobody should. It truly breaks my heart. But as I'm fond of saying, facts don't care about your feelings, and the facts are undeniable. Breitbart News has become precisely the reverse of what Andrew would have wanted. Steve Bannon and those who follow his lead should be ashamed of themselves. So you get it. He's moral. It's a scandal, but he's moral. And the very next day, he then promotes the Daily Wire. And guess what? It worked. A bunch of people left Breitbart News and stopped watching Breitbart News and followed Daily Wire. This is going to be principled conservatism. They're not going to stand behind bullies, and they're going to stand up for their employees. Get it? Of course, the truth is a very different story. What it really happened, again, told to me first person by the executives over at Breitbart News. What really happened,
thank you, bro. I really appreciate
that Ben had been not happy with the fact that they were not making him the king of Breitbart, had been begun quietly building Daily Wire at the end of 2015, but didn't have enough gumption behind it. People were not getting behind Daily Wire in the way that they anticipated, so they needed a scandal, okay? And they decided to do that. They decided to create a scandal because there was no energy behind it. So he and his best friend, Jamie Weinstein, decided to cook up a scandal. And if you're wondering who Jamie Weinstein is, he's a political journalist. He's a podcaster. At that time, I believe he was working for the National Review, which is Neocon Central.
Jewish?
But the more relevant fact that was told to me is that Jamie Weinstein is Michelle Field's husband.
Oh!
The public was led to believe that they were drumming up all of his controversy because this woman, which was later proved that her bruises could not have been from Corey Lewandowski because the bruises that she showed were not where Corey Lewandowski, when the tape finally got released, where he touched her. By then, the damage had been done to Breitbart.
Wow.
They never recovered, by the way. Breitbart never recovered from this scandal.
Wow. I remember that Corey Lewandowski thing because Corey Lewandowski is from New Hampshire. And so I think I heard about it at the time, even though I was a Democrat, just because he's from here. I remember that. That's crazy. Those assholes cooked up a whole fucking scandal where they were saying that Corey Lewandowski physically assaulted a woman, that he didn't fit, that she had bruises where he didn't even touch her, all because they were pissed off at it. Wow, what epic fucking pieces of garbage these people are.
That was allegedly manufactured by Ben Shapiro and his friend Jamie Weinstein to attack at the time, very conservative movement and to turn it into Neocon Central. It's a lot like what it feels we are examining with Turning Point USA right now. Like the person who was at the head of that company, the person that believed in our principles and believed in free speech is now dead, and neocons are staging a hostile takeover of his legacy and of his brand. And I'm saying no to that. I'm saying that this cannot happen. I am actually maybe taking a page out of Ben's book and standing up to the actual bullies who have been operating behind the scenes and going after people. And quite literally, the very person who blackballed me through his contact list, having donors put pressure on Charlie Kirk, because that's how he moves. When you see these messages, what he did after AmFest, make a show, anything, make it happen, make it seem like it's a show, but attack Candace, that is the true Ben Shapiro. And like I said, these are not the only companies he has gone after. He is telling you the truth about what happened with David Horwitz's Freedom Center, me, the Babylon Bee. It's all about taking over healthy companies when they're in their prime and just pretending like your growth is organic. And yeah, they're behaving like a gang. And I'm serious. I'm coming to you guys in earnest when I say.
Does the Daily Wire own the Babylon Bee? Did I just completely... Does the Daily Wire own the Babylon Bee? If that's real, I had no, that makes so much sense. That makes so much sense. What did Candace just say?
That is the true Ben Shapiro. And like I said, these are not the only companies he has gone after. He is telling you the truth about what happened with David Horwitz's Freedom Center,
what is she saying, then?
me, the Babylon Bee. It's all about taking over healthy companies when they're in their prime and just pretending like your growth is organic. And yeah, they're behaving like a gang. And I'm serious. I'm coming to you guys in earnest when I say that there is something that feels dangerous about this. Like he is growing increasingly more unhinged and more focused on me, more focused on stopping me. And it can't happen. It cannot happen. So I'm not going to allow it to happen. I'm going to tell you guys the truth about what's going on behind the scenes. I have basically said we need to take real action against him. Nobody should have to go through this, whether they are artists in Hollywood. Now I understand why Kanye, after he burned everything to the ground, said to me, I feel like I'm finally free, because it is exactly like leaving a gang that you had no idea you were pledging. Okay. I never wanted to be in a gang in my youth. I certainly never wanted to join a gang as an adult. I want to be on a microphone and share with people my ideas and speak about things that I care about and speak about people that I care about. People like Charlie Kirk, who is my friend, Ben, never was yours.
Wow.
You know he was never your friend. You know that you never liked him. Stop. What you are doing actually is despicable. At least you can pretend you were Andrew Breitbart's
They were
friend.
trying to buy it.
And as the person said to me at Breitbart, you are truly an evil human being because Andrew loved you and you moved to take food out of his son's mouth by destroying the company that he built. None of this is normal. I want to say that as well. None of this is normal. I want you guys to know that if you wake up today and you decide to quit your job, your employer should not stalk you for 2 years. It shouldn't happen. They shouldn't be following you, chasing you in the courtroom from every infraction, trying to bankrupt you, calling people, reaching out to donors, trying to stop business relationships, getting in the way of sponsorships. None of this is normal, but I am afraid, I believe that this is indeed how the world works.
Yep.
I don't believe that these people that have platforms are smarter than you. Guys, I don't believe that they have better business wit than you do. I think they're more evil than you. That's what I believe. I think they are willing to do things that most of us are just prevented from doing because we have a human soul. We don't want to harm people. We don't want to lie. We don't want to steal. We don't want to cheat. We don't want to hostilely take over businesses, right? Our stomach does something. The idea of getting up and giving a speech in an auditorium, in a room filled with people, when somebody dies, somebody that you tried to prevent from having that success, as human beings, we go, ooh, that doesn't feel, I don't want to do that, right? Like I would never have the audacity to, God forbid, if something happened to someone that I don't like Barry Weiss, I would never say, I couldn't imagine like just doing the fake thing and getting up and like, I want to pay to open and speak about Barry Weiss. I loved her so much as a human being. That would disturb me. Being that fraudulent. But it doesn't with Ben. And that's why I think he's a scary dude. Yeah, because he's missing that chip. I asked myself, that is my question, Ben, what the hell happened to you as a kid? Something's wrong with you. What the hell happened to you
Candace,
as a child?
Maybe it's cultural.
And you know what I think the answer is, actually? I think the answer is nothing. Nothing happened to you. You just silver spoon in your mouth, never had to work for anything, and we're told that the whole world is yours because you're born chosen.
All right, guys, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. Let me know if I miss anything.
You can be a bad person. You've got lawyers, you've got money, you've got people that behave like gangsters that will make it all go away. I think precisely what happened to you is nothing. And that is what has fashioned you into this belly creature that we see today. Enough is enough. Leave me alone. We'll be back after a break. So I think it's pretty obvious that there is a war on truth right now. You feel it, I feel it. And the biggest weapon that they have is the algorithm, rewriting history and redefining morality to fit a broken secular agenda that has completely erased God from the conversation. That's why I actually use Magisterium AI, because this is not about abstract history. This is about how to live. I'm talking about the toughest questions that you face, questions about suffering, marriage, and purpose in life. And unlike the other AI that's out there, Magisterium AI actually brings the receipts, meaning every single answer that is backed by original sources, citations that you can click and verify for yourself. It's built on a knowledge base that grows daily from their exclusive digitization work inside the pontifical universities in Rome. It's the #1 Catholic answer engine in the world for a reason, because if you want to discover the intellectual depth and the peace that I have found in the Catholic faith, you can start here. So go to magisterium.com/Candace or download the app for free on iOS or Android. You can use my discount code Candace to upgrade to Pro, and you'll get 25% off your first year. That's $2.99 per month for peace and purpose for the price of a cup of coffee. It's a no-brainer. Visit magisterium.com/Candace. Also, going to tell you guys about Nimi because when it comes to skincare, Nimi skincare is what I have chosen to keep things forward on your skincare.
I apologize.
So I'll go ahead and take the baton from Kanye because he might still be napping. We don't even know. He never got to express himself more fully before the world had a breakdown and pretended like he had, I don't know, murdered a bunch of Palestinian children. What he was actually expressing was that people were behaving like they were in a mafia. That's what he was going through. That's what I am living through, that people are organizing like they are quite literally in a mafia to try to destroy my life. And Their goal is to emotionally break you, to make you psych 5150 you, like they did to Britney, right? To get you on drugs. Like they do to a lot of people that are in Hollywood. They get them addicted to drugs so that they can control them, to catch you in a compromised situation, to threaten to take your children away. These are their tactics to be able to control virtually everything, right? That's what they want. They don't want to see a company rise that they don't have a leg in, because they want to influence
They tried to buy Tim
the
Pool
masses.
as well,
That's the
remember?
reality. And that is why I am now understanding they are obsessed with me and Tucker. Why can't you just disagree with us? That is why they are now turning to Megyn Kelly in the same way, with the same viciousness. A funny story, actually, about that DeathCon 3 tweet. I don't know what happened. I don't even know what time night it was that inspired him to put out that tweet. What I can tell you is that tweet cost me many millions of dollars, okay? I was not with Kanye when he tweeted it. I did not retweet Kanye. I did not did not push a like when Kanye tweeted it.
No, thanks,
But I
Doug.
sure as hell
Appreciate you,
got
bro.
peer
You're the best.
pressured and employer pressure to put out a statement against Kanye. It's not amazing. Just in retrospect, it's amazing because it's like, how about you put out a statement against Bibi Netanyahu?
Guys, from now on,
I don't know. He's like,
anytime someone gives channel memberships, W's in the chat for them. Okay, then we're going to start rewarding people with positive affirmation. W's in the chat every time Cynthia does it, every time Sean does it, every time Wolf does it, every time Doug does it. Anytime someone gifts out a nice little pack of channel memberships for the community, W's in the chat, because they're not just supporting me, they're supporting everyone.
a stone cold killer. He's mass murdering children. How about you put out an effing statement against Bibi Netanyahu?
W in the chat for Matt.
But no, the pressure came in, and I had just signed a larger deal with the Daily Wire for years, and I got brought into a conference room. The entire world condemned Kanye West. The entire world. I mean, it felt like the entire world. He lost his Adidas contract. He lost his Gap contract. That wasn't enough, because they wanted me to do it, right? Because there's an element if you're about sadistic. It's not enough to have your wife, your in-laws, your friends, your former friends, people that you've done music with, people that you've helped up, the whole world come out and condemn you. It's not enough to take the money away from you. We're going to need Candace Owens to do it too. And I said no. I said no. I said I'm not going to come out and condemn Kanye because I wasn't there. I didn't do anything, and I don't think that's necessary. I think he's going through enough. He's my friend. That's what I said. Then I got yelled at and voices were raised. It was like, why won't you just make a statement to make it easy for us to say something against Kanye, this relationship, blah, 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 blah. And I said no. And they said, okay, well, then here's what we're going to do. We're going to change the contract. And instead of being paid X amount of years, you are going to only get this. Are you willing to do that? I said, yeah. I'm willing to lose the money, take the money, obviously, because he's my friend. And I will never forget the words that I said in that conference room to Jeremy Boring, because it's so true today. And I feel so good about myself that I cannot be purchased. I said, most of the world considers me.
I need to listen to that again. I need to listen to how exactly they were changing the contract.
Your in-laws, your friends, your former friends, people that you've done music with, people that you've helped up, the whole world come out and condemn you. It's not enough to take the money away from you. We're going to need Candace Owens to do it too. And I said no. I said no. I said I'm not going to come out and condemn Kanye because I wasn't there. I didn't do anything, and I don't think that's necessary. I think he's going through enough. He's my friend. That's what I said. Then I got yelled at and voices were raised. It was like, why won't you just make a statement to make it easy for us to say something against Kanye, this relationship, blah, 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 blah. And I said no. And they said, okay, well, then here's what we're going to do. We're going to change the contract.
Wow. So they fucking, those sons of bitches changed her contract because she refused to condemn Kanye West. What? Wow. I believe her too. No, I 100%. Listen, I don't believe Candace on everything. I don't believe Candace on the Charlie Kirk stuff. I don't think she's made a good case for it. I am not a Candace like simp by any stretch of the imagination. I think she has her good points and her bad points. I believe her on this 100%.
And instead of being paid X amount of years, you are going to only get this. Are you willing to do that? I said, yeah, I'm willing to lose the money, take the money, obviously, because he's my friend. And I will never forget the words that I said in that conference room to Jeremy Boring, because it's so true today. And I feel so good about myself that I cannot be purchased. I said, most of the world considers me to be a formidable enemy, but actually the reality is I'm a very formidable friend. And that's how I'd like to be remembered, as a formidable friend. And I said, one day you might need me as a formidable friend. And that was that. And you know what? Fast forward, and it looks like the person who actually is needing me as a formidable friend is Charlie Kirk. And I am a formidable friend, and he knew I was a formidable friend. And they are learning that lesson. And I am deadly serious on that topic of defending my friends, their honor. If they're going through something, if I have something to say to Kanye, okay, it's not Judas culture. I don't just hang him out to dry because everybody else is doing it and it's fashionable. And you can't tempt people with millions to do something like that. That's despicable. That's despicable. Anyways, it is especially hilarious to me that this whole strategy seems to be mocking me for having a dream that Charlie was betrayed. That's the joke, right? That's the in the no joke. It's a dream. It's a vibe. It's a vision. It's hilarious because it's ironic. It proves that these people literally had no meaningful relationship with Charlie Kirk himself. Charlie was the king of dreams. It's insane how many messages I have with Charlie Kirk about his dreams. He believed his dreams. You guys have no idea. The vivid dreams. I've only showed you one of the text messages. Since he was a kid, he had those dreams, by the way. And last year, I was like going through a lot, reading back through our text exchanges. I'll be honest with you, it was kind of scary. I did consult a priest. I felt like I needed spiritual guidance because I don't know everything. I don't know how the world works. How was I supposed to suddenly then contend, not just with his murder, but contend with having to read so many messages, so many precise messages of Charlie so convinced that he was going to die young. Like just telling me that repeatedly, he was going to die young. And that turning point was going to be involved, as I showed you. And there was more. And a lot of that still disturbs me. Messages that I found, for one, that didn't register to me as weird then. But one message that I found was Charlie writing to me, like I'm not allowed to go anywhere without security. In retrospect, why? It was Schaefer security, where Dan Flood came out of, and Brian Harpole. I have the text about that. Charlie was not allowed to go anywhere without security. I want you guys to remember, this was not when Charlie was well known. I was not well known. Charlie was not well known. Turning Point was in its infancy, didn't have its big blow up money, didn't have that kind of money at all. And yet already he was not allowed to go anywhere without security. I find that to be odd. Then there was this older man, an older Jewish man that he was seeing for spiritual reasons. And he was an older guy that was from Chicago. And Charlie and him, if memory serves correct, met through whatever special X-Men school, gifted school for the gifted that Charlie had to attend. Like he was matched with Charlie somehow through that school. And Charlie would open up a lot to this particular man about his vivid dreams, about I keep dreaming I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. And I don't know how he got assigned to this man, but I do know that also Charlie would say this guy is like the oracle. He also has dreams. Quite literally, Charlie uses that word. He's like, he also has dreams, and I've met him, and like
he Parmesan Alfredo, John. That sounds good.
Is someone that wants to meet you. That's what Charlie told me. I promise you, I'm telling you the truth. I'm going to show you this. Anyways, anyway, the point is that when Charlie and I got together before things blew up with the Kanye tweet, this man who Charlie would go see to discuss these intense visions that he was having about his death, this man didn't dissuade Charlie. He wasn't like, oh, like I was saying, like, oh, you're just probably need some sleep. Oh, you're just nervous. You're just excited.
No, dog.
This guy pretty much all but confirmed to Charlie that he was going to die. He wouldn't tell him how.
Very much.
He told him like, but your death will save humanity. This was in 2018, early 2018. Okay. So I wasn't taking much of this conversation too seriously. Like I just didn't really know what to really make of it. But this man, he also expressed to Charlie a lot of interest in me and Charlie's friendship. And it was like a movie. Charlie had expressed to him that he felt, which I showed you guys, that he was like a time traveler and he had to come back and he had to find me for some reason. And then that man explained to him that we were all prisms of light and that certain prisms of life.
You know, the thing it is, the Daily Wire, this is a great freeze frame for Candace. The Daily Wire wants to give Candace shit about saying crazy stuff on her show. But I think, like, listen, and I do think that sometimes Candace does say crazy things on her show. But what I kind of like about Candace is I also feel like she's just talking sometimes, and she's talking how like normal people talk when they're in conversation with each other. And of course, she's a professional. She knows exactly what she's doing in terms of like presentation, but I like feeling like she's talking to me, and it's not like, I am going to tell you what to think because I am Ben Shapiro and I wear a tiny hat and support Israel, and so you have to listen to what I say. I like that it's like I feel like this is a conversation I would have with women friends, you know? And so like when you're in a conversation sometimes with women friends, it's like you're going to say stuff that if you took that moment and put it out of context, it's going to sound crazy, but maybe you're being a little hyperbolic, maybe you're joking, you're being a little bit dramatic because that's just what happens when people sit around and they chit chat. And I'm sure, actually, I'm not going to say this. I know men do this too. I know they do it too because I also hang out with men, and I've been in the conversations when men are doing exactly the same fucking thing and they do it in a slightly different way because they're men. But it's just like, when you're talking out loud and you're just having a conversation and you're just being a normal fucking human being, you're going to say things that sometimes if you just took that one thing out of context, it looks crazy. But if you look at it in the greater context and you think about like what exactly this is, it's like, no, everyone does this. Literally everyone does this. It's called being a human being and connecting with each other as a human being. And honestly, I find it really distasteful when people try to own someone or discredit someone by taking something out of context in a genuine conversation like this and making it seem like it's everything. Because it's also one of those things where like you're trying to prevent people or dissuade them from just being a normal fucking human being. One of the things I hate the most about being a public person on the internet is I don't get to just connect with people as human beings. Almost never. Because it's like you always have to be worried about, are they going to use something against me? Are they going to take something out of context? Are they going to screenshot are they going to do this? And there are certainly people I've been able to connect to like in a more kind of just like regular, normal way since I've been in this space. But it is so fucking difficult. It really is. It's so difficult, and I hate it.
Were meant to refract and others were not meant to refract, and that Charlie and I were refracting. Anyways, I'm telling you this. I have a text message to back this up, but also that Charlie's life was going to be short. I'm going to show you this message because I read these things. I don't know what to make of them other than LOL to anybody laughing at my dream. Okay. Charlie wrote, he won't tell you what he saw. He hasn't told me intentionally, just that I'm there and it's bad. And then he says, so the dreams I get, and then he sends me sometimes a lot of darkness. He says that I'm being shaped for a time to save humanity. It's just so crazy to me to read back on this and how many times we would have this discussion about Charlie telling me he was going to die young and that he was going to save humanity. It's just so bizarre. And then constantly telling me the next step, like I would have to defend him. There are so many messages like this. And again, the reason why I'm sharing this with you is because it's such a nonsense.
It's all good, bro.
And it is so ironic to have people then mock me for saying that I had a dream. And I feel as strongly about the dream that I had that Charlie was betrayed by people closest to him. Like nothing could stop Charlie from believing that he was going to die and that I would stand up for him. Nothing you can say, no jokes you can make, no shows you can no right. That is going to pull me away from the feeling, the knowing. It is so deep. It is a knowing. It's not even a feeling. It's a knowing. It's not a dream to me. It's like a prophecy. It's like Charlie was betrayed. I don't know what else to say to you. And I hope I give you guys the permission to believe in something like that. You know, this whole world, I feel like, is designed to make us not believe in ourselves. And I think that's something that Kanye used to say a lot too. Like they want you to follow the crowd. You can't sit with us. We're the cool kids, right? The cool kids all listen to this person. They all wear this color. Oh, the cool kids don't pay any mind when they have a very vivid dream. And Charlie in the dream says he was betrayed. Oh, the cool, that's so, it's not cool. I'm not trying to be cool. I just want everybody to know that I am not trying to be cool. I'm trying to get to the bottom of who killed Charlie Kirk. And I intend to do that. I'm trying to get to the bottom of what the hell this situation has to do with Ben Shapiro. And I intend to do that. What is making Ben Shapiro nervous? Why am I being mocked for trying to figure out what happened to my friend? Why does it feel like I'm the only person who actually cares? The whole world knows that we're being lied to about what happened on September 10th, and yet the entire gang media apparatus is trying to convince us that that isn't so. No, that doesn't, it's just not tracking. None of this is tracking. And I just know that this is bigger than me, that something very sinister happened, and that more bad things will happen if we don't get to the bottom of what exactly took place on September 10th. That's how I feel. Make fun of that. Sure, it's a vibe, and I'm gonna ride that vibe. Anyways, further to that point, I had told you guys at the top, this is interesting because I had just started cracking into this narrative of Tyler Boyer yesterday. And I had shared with you guys that he put everybody around Charlie. It's just a fact. It is. I was there. Tyler's the guy, and he's a bad dude. He is. And so it is pretty rich that this headline ran yesterday about an ex-Arizona lawmaker who's questioned election integrity is now being sentenced for using forged signatures. Now, I was telling you at the same time, Tyler's got his hand in Arizona politics. He's also pulling Charlie and helping to build Turning Point USA. And one person told me on record that he would also offer bribes to people, like, I'll get you a job at Turning Point USA if you do this for me. I'll say allegedly, but I have it in writing that this person is saying that he was offered a job from Tyler Boyer. So the real world of politics and this 501c3, they were being connected. Turning Point USA was being connected, and Turning Point Action is who this former Republican lawmaker ended up working for. The article goes on to say that a former Republican lawmaker who questioned the integrity of Arizona's elections and served as a leader for the conservative group Turning Point Action is scheduled to be sentenced Tuesday for using nominating petitions that contained forged signatures in a bid to qualify for a 2024 primary election.
Okay.
This person is Austin Smith. He's 30. He pled guilty in mid-November to charges of attempted fraudulent schemes and practices and illegal signing of election petitions. He had acknowledged trying to use petitions with forged signatures that he knew were false, plus forging a dead woman's signature on a nominating petition. Smith represented an Arizona House district in the Phoenix suburbs for one term before dropping his reelection bid in 2024 when questions arose about signatures on his nominating petitions.
Wow.
He resigned at that time, so this was happening while he was at Turning Point Action, the campaign arm of Turning Point USA, which has become a major force in Arizona Republican politics. This is a kind of article that you should pay attention to.
That's crazy.
Because it is further certifying what I am telling you. Okay? Tyler Boyer needs to be looked at and investigated further. And yes, how dare you question his friend? Well, people who commit crimes are open to committing crimes. I don't know what to say. I've been around. I've seen some stuff. Okay? If you're willing to commit fraud, if you're willing to use a dead person's signature to further your career, you're probably not against doing that everywhere you work. I don't know. Turning Point Action seems to be problematic. One of the early tips that we got from somebody inside of Turning Point USA was that a lot of money was missing from Turning Point Action. I'm still working to confirm that. I have another strong lead. But that money specifically was missing from Turning Point Action. And we know Charlie was establishing this Doge. So yeah, where there's smoke, there tends to be fire. And we all have the sense that this is more than just smoke. It's like we're watching a house of cards collapse in real time.
Mm-hmm.
And I sense that a lot of people are going to be exposed, and that despite all the attacks that I'm going through, that at the end of the day, daylight is going to be the best disinfectant, and people are going to see that we were right, all of us, that all of us are right in the feeling that we have about this organization, and that we don't have to keep pretending, or I guess some of you guys were not pretending at all, but like we shouldn't pretend that anything that we're seeing is normal. I think Charlie found something out about his organization very shortly before he died. And I think every day we are inching closer to determining what that something actually is. So I'm sorry that I had to dedicate this show not to further telling you more things that we discovered about Turning Point USA, but I wanted to fully respond to Ben Shapiro, because I think that too is a piece of this. Like I've said, he's making me uneasy, and no one should have to live through what I have lived through over the last 2 years.
Good.
I
This is
didn't
what
want to be
Candace
in a
needs
gang
to
when I was
do.
younger. I did not want to be in a gang when I was older. And
Beautiful,
I don't
Candace.
like gang tactics, and that's exactly what this is. These are gang tactics. The fact that I have been effectively blindfolded, prevented from joining or competing in the free markets in a fair way. These certainly were not free markets at all. Restricting me in where I could speak, banned from Australia, having our YouTube channel demonetized, people calling our sponsors. I've basically had to enter into this fight like blinded, muted, and with my hands tied behind my back. And I'm still winning. I'm winning because I've committed myself to truth, not to money. I've never cared about money. I've always made that clear. I don't care about money.
Well,
And
you're
that's why I
married
turned
to a
down
British
millions to say something
lord,
about Kanye
so
West.
that helps matters.
I care about truth and I care about doing what's right. And yeah, that's what I want to say about that. We'll take a brief break before I answer some of your questions.
All right. So
if your credit card balance is freaking you out,
essentially, Candace is kicking off a series of like expose videos about the Daily Wire. Is that what I'm hearing? That's beautiful. That's awesome. Shall we watch the next one? Shall we watch the one from the next day? Let's continue, shall we?
Running late. I was just doing so much research. I have so much to tell you all today. So we have to jump right into this because I actually have a horror story for you, an actual real life horror story for you. Someone called me last night and told me a very strange story about what happened to her back in the 90s at an evangelical university. But first, we have to revisit Brian Harpole's story about how far in advance they typically plan security, because someone has leaked to me another glaring oddity in this security protocol. Let's jump right back in. Welcome back to Candace.
So this is why Charlie Kirk died. The past is prologue, why Charlie Kirk was murdered. Okay, let's see what Candace's explanation is here.
Do you know what I think? I think that whoever made the decision for Brian Harpole to sit down with Sean Ryan made a terrible mistake. Big PR mistake, PR nightmare. That's kind of been the story here. One long, bad PR decision after the next, because the issue is Brian said too much. The internet is meticulous. The internet is clocking them every sentence. It's really easy to catch people in inconsistencies and then to keep replaying what they said about certain things, especially when they don't add up. So I would like to gently remind you all back at home what Brian Harpole said about what typical preparations entail for Charlie Kirk events. Take a listen.
Let's see if Cam Higgs.
Let's move into the threat assessment and the pre-planning for the event.
Absolutely.
How many days prior were you guys there?
Oh, Cam is scheduled to go live soon.
The permitting process and all that goes on
Cam's going to be
behind
going
the scenes.
live in the next half hour.
And then there's a questionnaires that are filled out that we used to. There was a lot of busy work. And then so, you know, kind of like in the military, what you did, we create forms that, hey, let's get this information up front.
Mm-hmm.
And so that we have a duplication process so that we can confirm it. And so we started our first, before that one, the 24th of the month prior. And so, and that was with the hard conversations, meetings.
You started that on the 24th?
Mm-hmm. Right. And we
That's
do
2 weeks.
At least. No, well, it started before that with the intelligence gathering and all that. But the hard conversations, the sharing of information, the conference calls, the data sheets, and we put that in a timeline on an app, so that this all goes up, and every guy that's on that job can see all the intel that comes in. It's a decentralized command model for the company. And so
guys, just so you know, after we finish watching this episode of Candace, I will, I'm just going to take like a short little tiny break, and then we will be going live tonight for live protest and riot coverage. There are multiple places that are going to be on the ground streaming in Minneapolis. I'm sure we're going to see streams from Portland come up. We've got Portland Andy above us right now. This is live footage, I think, from, looks like he's got Detroit up there, Minneapolis. Looks like there's a big thing happening in Detroit. That's that camera right there. And so we are monitoring the situation. Obviously, if anything happens, we will go to it live during the Candace part. But when we're done watching this, and I anticipate the protest coverage is going to start around like 8:15 Eastern time tonight. I will just take a short little tiny break so I can get the streams switched over. And then I will go live again for protest and riot coverage for the rest of the night. And we will be doing it this weekend as well. So we're taking a little break seat with Candace right now. Please make sure you mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please make sure you are subscribed to the channel if you're not already. I know. Aren't they cool, Doug? I appreciate it.
Body can make command decisions for the betterment of the client or the team. And so everything goes on that app.
Yeah,
and so
Detroit
when I
does
get
think
it,
it's
they
going
get
off.
it. And when whoever's gathering that intel, it gets it. There's no hold, there's no power hold on it. And so that first information came in on the 24th, and then the information share starts where we're walking through, everything that you need for a detail.
Everything that you need for a detail. Obviously, elsewhere in the interview, he describes this conversation that he had with the chief of police. He's upset about the chief of police not covering the rooftops because he feels that his team was on it. So on it. You're coordinating with whole police departments. You're discussing drones. Drones were not allowed. And so they just had to let that go. Well, interestingly enough, I received a tip from someone that was directly involved with the planning of an event that Charlie Kirk was supposed to attend the following day on September 11th, the day after his assassination. Charlie was slated to speak in Woodland Park, Colorado at the Charise Bible College. Okay, so that's in Woodland Park, Colorado. He was slated to speak there. And according to this person, after Charlie got assassinated, there was a bit of a panicked meeting that took place, which was headed by the chief of police. They decided to transform this event into a vigil, and they were panicked because, believe it or not, they had absolutely no security plan in place. They thought, how odd. We don't have a security plan in place. Now we better consider this. And we need to make sure that we have
Brian
police
Asper's
officer
in Detroit right
involvement.
now. Minneapolis,
Why didn't Dan
looks like they're
Flood
standing
and
around.
Brian Harpole
That's a big
and
march.
Turning Point USA's security have any coordination with the police departments up in Colorado? If this is what they normally do, and whatever the way he over describes that, and they get the plan, and everybody can access and start to begin to speak, and then we speak to the police. I mean, we do all this stuff. We just didn't think to do that for the event that he had the next day. No police officer involvement scheduled, nothing. Suddenly they're panicked because they realize they don't have anything scheduled. Yeah. So the police chief apparently decided to take measures himself to make sure that the vigil went off without a hitch. That's what I mean when you lie a lot and when you're planning things you're not supposed to be planning, you don't think through every detail. Yeah, as in the next day. If you expected Charlie to make it to September 11th, you would have been communicating about what he was doing up at the Charise Bible College. Anyways, moving on to other news. I want to show you this working Excel sheet that I quickly put together today. So it is by no means perfect, but I was telling you that throughout this investigation, I have noticed some recurring themes that have come up. I didn't really know what all this means. I still don't know what all of it means, but I wanted to start jotting this down and putting it together so that it looks clean and we can just add another name every time a name comes up in any of these categories. This isn't how you're really supposed to use Microsoft Excel, but it's how I'm using it so that it looks neat. If you just look over here at the columns, these four themes that I'm identifying, and I'm going to add more: Liberty University, Eastern Europe, trafficking and child sex abuse, and then in that final column, military. These are just themes that I recognize keep coming up. So Liberty University, very quickly going through this, Tyler Boyer attended and he graduated. Erica Kirk attended and she graduated. Cabot Phillips attended and he graduated.
No
Mikey
shit.
McCoy was accepted into Liberty University, but then he chose not to attend because
They all went to
he
Liberty
got the
University?
job at Turning Point USA instead, and he went direct there after high school. It should be noted that his father, Rob McCoy, met Charlie Kirk via Jerry Falwell Jr. He was the president of Liberty University until there was a sex scandal fallout. Andrew Colvett, I'll tell you what his connection is. Andrew Colvett was working PR for the Kairos company under Johnny Moore. Johnny Moore was the lead pastor at Liberty University prior to then leaving Liberty University to start the PR firm. And Johnny Moore is an important name for those of you who watch the Tucker Carlson
That's quite a
had interviewed
coincidence.
someone in the military. He was speaking about what was happening in Gaza, how children were literally starving, how children were being shot at for fun. Bizarrely, they decided that Johnny Moore, Reverend Johnny Moore, is it Reverend Johnny Moore? I don't know. He was somehow equipped to lead the Gaza Humanitarian Fund, and he gets this role. Essentially, you're going to distribute your organization, you're going to be the head of distributing the food to the children of Palestine, the families of Palestine. And obviously we know how that went. IDF soldiers just killing them. And so he does a lot to say, I have no idea why he got this position. It seems remarkably corrupt. Anyways, I wanted to let you know who that Johnny Moore was. He was just running PR. He's a PR guy like Andrew Colvett, who was under him. And then Andrew Colvett leaves Kairos and decides to mint his own PR firm that's really just around Charlie Kirk, really, as his only client. I believe that's his only client, Turning Point USA. Then you have the Falkirk Center. I'm going to put that in the same category. In case you don't know this, what happened was Jerry Falwell Jr. and Charlie Kirk decided to come together to establish the Falkirk Center. This was actually Turning Point USA, the precursor to Turning Point USA, right? So he meets Rob McCoy. They start discussing putting this together, the Falkirk Center. And then Jerry Falwell has this huge sex scandal. He's forced to step down. It's like this pool boy scandal. He's forced to step down from Liberty University. And now this project we can't go forward with this. This is hugely embarrassing to the university. This is now going to be a relic. By the way, at that time, Erica Franceby, because her and Charlie were not yet married, they were dating. She became a Falkirk Fellow. They were kind of hitting the road together and working to make the Falkirk Center a thing. And so what happened after it fell apart was that they decided to instead create Turning Point Faith. That's important for you to know that, this origin in Liberty University, because I'm going to tell you more in a bit. Now, regarding Eastern Europe, remember that plane that sort of mysteriously people thought it turned off?
I think the Liberty University connection is interesting because I've always perceived Liberty University, no offense to anyone, but like as kind of like a cult a little bit. It's like one of those places where like you have to be of a very specific cult-like mindset to get into Liberty, to even apply to Liberty University, to get in there, to fit in there, to do well there. It's like it's a very specific cult of its own. And it's like, that is very weird. I didn't realize that all of them went to Liberty University. That's weird.
Which transponder? They issued a statement saying they didn't turn off their transponder. It flew from Provo, Utah into Arizona. And then he said, we were just picking people up. Well, I'm putting that under because in investigating that, I determined that, oh, interesting. They were formally registered. That plane, was formally registered in Romania back in 2013. The tail number was then YRNVY, almost looks like Navy there, YRNVY. And then in 2015, so from 2013 to 2015, that plane was registered in Romania. Interesting. Okay. Doesn't necessarily mean anything. I'm just telling you that this is when these things have come up. Obviously, we know that Erica Kirk began the Romanian Angels Project in late 2012, early 2013 through to 2015. And obviously, you have seen all the TikToks describing the scandal. And to explain that to you, just to kind of separate the myth from the facts of this, I'll tell you what the facts are. The facts are that Lori Franceby established the Everyday Heroes Foundation, which was supposed to help children in need. That was established in Arizona under Erica's mother's name, Lori Franceby. What they decided to do, as charities do, is that they developed certain projects and certain missions. And what spun out from Lori's charity was the Romanian Angels Project. And they got this deal with the military. They worked with the military in Romania to help orphans. Okay. Now, it is a fact that they worked with, at that time, Colonel Otto Buscher. Colonel Otto Buscher was then accused of running a brothel with young children, taking them onto the military base for himself, his sexual needs. A woman filed in Romania and said, this is what's actually happening. These children are going onto the base and they're being prostituted to military men. So it was not, there is no articles that say Erica Ferensky or Lori were involved in this, but it is a fact that they were working on the Romanian project with Colonel Busher. They thanked him. And then Colonel Busher gets accused of running a Romanian brothel with Romanian children. Those are the facts of that. In 2011, Tyler Boyer also went to Romania to work with the Romanian government. I am still trying to determine exactly what he was doing with them. I'll have more on that hopefully later. In 2013, Tyler Boyer posted a photo of himself with a Ukrainian orphan named Natalia. She doesn't, he says in the post, or his wife says in the post, current wife says in the post, that she doesn't speak English, Natalia. And he claims to be helping through an adoption agency program, helping her because he speaks Russian.
Thank you.
I can show you that photo, actually. We have that photo somewhere, Skylar. Can we pull up that photo of that post? Do you have that? Great. Here we go. Just so you guys know, we're not making this up. This was posted by his wife. This is Natalia. She is 12 years old and she's an orphan from Ukraine. She's staying with my friend Aubrey.
No. Don't bullshit a bullshitter. Do not bullshit a bullshitter. I'm going to go to ChatGPT, my true internet love, ChatGPT. How many students attend Liberty University? And it will know what I mean. Hang on. Liberty University. Let's see. Let's do a fact check here on this. Let's do a fact check. 140,000 people across, but only 16,000 students on campus. Most of the 140,000 students who apply to Liberty University and attend are in their online program, which is 120,000 people. The only 16,000 people attend Liberty University on campus. Now, I understand that might seem like a really big number, but in the land of higher education, and for people who don't know, I worked in higher education for 10 years of my fucking life. In the land of higher education, that's actually like relatively small. I went to Boston University and I think there were over 50,000 people just in my fucking class. Okay. So like when you're talking about 16,000 people total on campus, that's like less than 5,000 people in a single class. That's not that many people. So no. It is not common for conservative Christians to all gravitate towards Liberty University, because if that were true, there would be far more fucking students at Liberty University, and that is just a fact. Liberty University is a weird little culty thing for a subset of Christians, and that is why it is interesting that, and by the way, they're rabid fucking Zionists. They would love nothing more than to bend over and take the cock of Bibi Netanyahu. They're rabid fucking Zionists. And so it's a weird little fucking cult. I'm going to tell the truth, which is not what every conservative Christian goes to, no, they don't. No, they don't. This is not shitting on Christians. This is pointing out correctly that the people who are going to Liberty University are in a fucking cult.
And her family for the holidays through an adoption agency program. She does not speak English, so Tyler was able to go and talk with her in Russian for over an hour tonight.
Liberty
she was shy
University
at first. By the end of the visit, she was hugging him and asked him not to leave. It was a wonderful yet heartbreaking experience.
CIA, Liberty University. Yeah,
all at the same time. It makes me so grateful for all that we have. Thank you to the OBS report for letting us be a part of Natalia's stay. Okay. Next, we have Turning Point USA, obviously working with Pastor Greg Laurie, despite Harvest Church being accused of trafficking children from Romania. Okay, sure. He says that's not true. That's not what we were doing. People say, yeah, it's exactly what you were doing. We don't know. We don't have a verdict on that because that's happening currently.
Just to be
very
clear, online learning is very different than campus learning. I don't count the online school at Liberty University as being in a cult. I'm talking about the people who are on campus. I'm talking about the people who are actually around each other in real life. Online school, completely different. And honestly, I think online school is much better. Like, I learned way more in online school than I did in in-person school. So like, I'm not trying to shit on the online students. I'm just saying it's a completely different thing.
brother, Curtis, is currently stationed in Romania as a lieutenant colonel. We have Tyler Boyer, who holds a degree in Russian studies and is fluent in Russian, which is similar to Astrid Tumenez, by the way, the president of UVU. She also holds a degree in Russian studies and is fluent in Russian. And I should mention, she's an orphaned child. Might be relevant, might not be relevant. Who knows? Rob McCoy, I don't know if you know this, but he adopted a 12-year-old girl named Natalia. She now goes by Natasha, from Russia around 2006. Okay, so I don't know. It's these are just facts. I'm delivering the facts here. Now, regarding trafficking, sex abuse, N88 KG, which is now currently owned by Derek and Shalane Maxfield, they run Sapria, which is a child abuse charity. They're helping children that have been abused, a sex abuse charity. And then I told you guys about Colonel Otto Buscher, who was accused of running a brothel with Romanian children from 2011 to 2015 at a military base in Romania, I should say, not a Romanian military base, an American military base in Romania. And yes, he worked with Romanian angels during that time period. Civilian commander, stationed at Fort Huachuca, a civilian commander that was stationed at Fort Huachuca, David Frodsham, was charged with running a child sex abuse ring. That is true. TPUSA Faith works with Pastor Greg Laurie, as I told you. They are currently embroiled in a trafficking scandal. George Zinn was arrested, and then it was determined that he had pornographic images. That's our decoy boy, of children on his phone. And as I told you, he told people at the hospital that he was treated at that he would be paid if he did this. Now, he didn't know where the money was coming from, but all he had to do was jump up and down and say, it was me, it was me. Andrew Piscadlo, you might remember that name because early on, pictures were circulating of him and people thought that he could have been the shooter because he was wearing the suits and people thought he maybe had a weapon in his bag. It ended up being that he was photographing, he was taking pictures. He was a photographer, not hired by Turning Point USA. But he has rang the alarm before on military Ukrainian sex trafficking that is happening in the United States. If you go through his Instagram, he has said this is what's happening currently. They're trafficking children from Ukraine, and he did some investigation into that. So that came up when I was looking into him early on. Obviously, I've covered extensively Calvary Chapel Church, riddled with pastor abuse stories. I mean, it's a thing, okay? And then obviously we know Rob McCoy was trying to rehabilitate somebody who actually went to prison.
Lying Kugel.
He said he found the Lord and decided to put him into homes with children via Calvary Chapel. There's a lot of rehabilitating people who have an issue with abusing children, I would say, at the Calvary Chapel Church. It's problematic. And I'm putting Glenn Beck and Tim Ballard's Operation Underground here. Actually, I learned about Operation Underground. That was introduced to me by Marissa Straight over at PragerU. She asked me to interview Tim Ballard before he had to step down from the charity, which was a child trafficking charity dedicated to rescuing children from being trafficked in war-torn areas. Glenn Beck was the initial investment, as the story was told to me when I was at PragerU, when I interviewed him. Obviously, we know Glenn Beck has interviewed Erica Kirk. We know that Glenn Beck, also his children were there at UVU when Charlie Kirk was assassinated. He was one of the first people to speak out about that on the news on September 10th. And Tim Ballard's name strangely came up when we were looking into Phil Lyman. And we learned that he paid Tim Ballard a visit in the days following the assassination, which was just Tim Ballard's name coming up was just interesting to me because I was like, oh, he runs also a child trafficking charity. It's a lot of that happening. And also I should mention Derek and Shalane Maxfield, who run this abuse charity. In their profile pictures, they were wearing an Operation Underground shirt. So people are very passionate, I would say, about trafficking and putting together organizations to stop trafficking in this story. Now, in terms of our military connection, it is extensive. Like I said, this is by no means a definitive list. I put this together today. Andrew Colvet's brother and cousin are captains in the military, Curtis Colvet and Robert Colvet. Rob McCoy's father, Roy Edgar McCoy, ran psychological operations for naval intelligence to shape public perception. His son, Danny McCoy, is currently in the military. Yeah, he had a whole naval fleet named after him, actually. So top dog. We obviously know Erica Kirk has been open about the fact that her mother and her father do defense-related military work. It's why she moved to Arizona in the first place, because they had contracts with the DoD, and we know that her father has worked with Raytheon. The Farnsworth family has extensive military connections. I will add more about that later, and we will cover that later because the Farnsworth family in general is important to the story. Dr. Frank Turek was a naval flight officer for 8 years. His son, Frank Turek III, is a deputy division chief, at the Joint Chief of Staff in D.C. His other son, Spencer, is an Air Force vet. He was on the phone with, I think he said both of his sons, FaceTiming with both of his sons. Correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe it's one of his sons he was FaceTiming with. The
All right, I gotta pee again. I'll be right
military plane, which we haven't discussed too much, but I promise we will get there, inexplicably flew this route around UVU on the day of the assassination, just before and just after, which is interesting because that plane in particular has a lot to do with drones. Again, we'll get more into that in a future episode. And then, of course, the doctors. Dr. Lee Trotter did his residency on an Air Force base, and he also has his pilot's license. The Utah medical examiner, Dr. Deidre Amaro, is a major. Butch Hibbs, we have Jack Hibbs, their father, Butch Sr., military background, and I suspect Butch Hibbs also perhaps is involved in the military himself. We are looking for something a bit more concrete on that. Now, I wanted to present that to you because I want to focus on building that so you can see these themes recurring. But today we're going to talk more about Liberty University because I received a very interesting set of tips about Liberty University. Particularly yesterday, I was contacted by someone. Well, actually, I should say I spoke to someone yesterday. I was contacted by them many times via email, pleading for me to call. She was pleading for me to call her. It wasn't really clear to me as to why there seemed to be a panic. She was seemingly triggered by a video regarding Trump pageantry. Okay. The video in question is not controversial, and she has no connection to the person in the video, which was Erica Kirk, simply discussing how she got involved with the Trump pageant world. Hence why I was not exactly seeing the big picture. She doesn't know Erica. She had nothing to say about how Erica knew Trump pageants, but her speaking about it was triggering for her. Anyways, after a lot of back forth, I decided to just call her. I had some time yesterday to see why Trump pageantry in general was so triggering to her. And she began to tell me a story that was quite unbelievable at first until I did some research. This woman, whose identity I am going to protect at this moment, was a young teenager in the 90s, and she had landed herself in a bit of trouble. She wound up with a probation officer, and she also got pregnant, and they essentially told her, hey, you're either going to get your life together, sort of this ultimatum, we could send you to juvie, or you could go away and we'll give you an opportunity here. There's this amazing new program that's being run out of Liberty University, which helps troubled teens, which you are a troubled teen. She was 13 at this time. So obviously they made the decision for her to take the option. It's like when the judge says, hey, you can go to rehab or you can go to prison. Obviously, I'm going to go to rehab. So she chose to go down to Lynchburg, Virginia, while she was pregnant, to live in a house with other troubled girls who were being helped through a program that was known as the Godparent Program. It still is a thing today. Effectively, they help these young women on who are struggling with various other things, but
it is
with
MK
her
ultrasound.
and the women that
I
she
agree.
was sharing rooms with, their pregnancy journey. And they offer to help place their children into
looks like Portland Andy
adoptive
might be wrapping
Christian
up.
homes, should they choose not to keep
Portland
their
Andy's
children.
out of streams.
Sounds nice enough. That seems like, the Christian spirit, pro-life, and don't have an abortion. Instead, we can.
All right, guys, we are going to be doing ongoing protest coverage, but there's a shocking lack of streaming right now about the protest. And so there are multiple people who are scheduled to go live in the next half hour or so. I am going to be monitoring live streams, but for right now, since there are no good streams left, so we have to take no offense, Portland Andy, we enjoy him. We're going to take that down. If another stream comes up, I'm sure I'm going to be able to follow it along. If another stream comes up with live coverage, I'll put that back up there. And then I will be going live after we finish the Candace thing to do protest coverage, probably in about 45 minutes or so is I think when I'm going to do it. So we are going to finish this Candace thing. And hopefully some more people will be streaming by the time we get done. And we will be doing protest coverage all night long, and I'm glad you prefer this, but we are going to do protest coverage tonight. Also because, first of all, it's professionally responsible for me. Secondly, people send in a lot of super chats when I do protest coverage. I'm professionally obligated. It's what the people want. I can't help it. I can't help it. If people sent in more super chats for Candace than they do for protest coverage, I would probably watch every single episode Candace does, just for entertainment and for money, because money's pretty cool. But we will be doing protest coverage because I need to know what's going on. And so we're going to do about another, however long this is. We're going to watch the rest of this episode, and then I'm going to take a little break, and then around 45 minutes, we're going to do protest coverage.
Have a home for your child to be raised in.
Yeah, I give a little bit for everyone.
But things got pretty weird after that. And I want you to listen to what she told me in this conversation, which I recorded. And yes, I have her permission to share this conversation. I'm sorry if this sounds, not too clear. We're trying to make it as clear as possible. And yeah, let's just roll it. It's going to be quite long, but it's very important. Take a listen.
When I got to the Liberty Godparent home, which is what took me in 94, they used to lock us in our room 24 hours a day. We were locked in our room. We weren't allowed visitors. We weren't allowed people at our home. I didn't have no visitors because I didn't have no family there, of course.
Thanks, Doug.
I didn't have no family there, so I didn't have no...
Okay, let me make you guys a deal. If you guys really want to watch Candace, if you guys want me to go back and watch that episode from earlier in the week with Alex Jones or something, where Candace is ragging on him, here is the deal, guys. Here is the deal. You have until let me see how many super chats have been sent in. Let me see. Okay, we got about $100 in super chats on YouTube. I know there's been some super chats in Rumble, but we're just gonna say it's okay. So if you guys really want me to watch another episode of Candace, you have until the end of the stream to send in. How many people are watching right now? I need $200 in super chats by the end of this stream. Okay? Because I have to factor into, I'm going to make more money with super chats on the protest coverage. So if you guys really want me to watch Candace again, I will watch a third episode if we get about another $200 in super chats by the end of the stream. Now, that might seem like a lot of money, but there are 370 of you watching on YouTube right now. And so if just 20 of you sent in $10 each, we would already be there. Okay? So you guys figure it out. You want Candace? You guys can buy my love. You absolutely can. And then we would go and do protest coverage after that episode. Okay. So we are going to do protest coverage at some point tonight, but that is the deal. And now it is out of my hands. I have put it into the universe, and whatever will be, will be.
Buddy.
And if you don't want to watch Candace and you want me to do protest coverage, what I need you to do, save your super chats for protest coverage later. Don't still send them in, but just send them in when I'm doing protest coverage. That's the deal.
They used to take weird pictures of us.
How old were you?
I'm sorry, go ahead.
How old were you?
I had to be 13, 14.
Okay, and who took pictures?
79.
Yeah, right.
Who took pictures of you?
It's capitalism.
Senior. And then his face looked familiar, but he looked older now. You're talking 30 years ago, you know.
Mm-hmm. But Jerry Falwell Sr. was the one actually taking the photos?
Yeah, I remember him and his wife there.
What?
another thing weird about it is I never thought about like what happened the night.
Bruh.
In the morning I delivered my baby, everything was weird. And I think about it now, it's all weird to me. But then it wasn't because I was only 13, 14 years old.
Right.
I made mistakes. I mean, I totally turned my life around. I have 4 kids now, 2 grandbabies, but you know,
I want to go back to, so what was weird about that night that you
we
gave
got
birth?
20 for Candace.
Oh gosh,
22 for
the
Candace.
night before.
10%
Okay,
of the
so
way
they
there.
have a mother, a house, a live-in mother, 24 hours. I called there like a month and a half ago, 2 months ago. This is
9
what's
more
weird.
people
I
sent me
called
$20
there
for doing another
right after I
episode of
prayed.
Candace.
I called there because this video of Erica came up with Trump, and you have to get invited. And I was like, how in the world did I get invited? And to this day, I still don't know how in the world I got invited to that and what pictures they had of me.
Interesting.
Now I'm mistaken again.
Okay. Okay, so you had the baby, and what was weird about that night?
Okay, the night before like I said, they have house mothers, and I can't remember details, but I remember them doing, putting the probe on, listening to the heartbeat pretty much, and looking at, doing ultrasound.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, to this day, I've had, 4 other kids, plenty of ultrasounds, so I know what they were doing was funny to me because everything was fine that night. And then they moved me, which was weird. They moved me to another room.
Yo,
by
got another
myself.
$5. Uh-oh.
At that time, I
Thank you.
had another
Appreciate
girl
it.
with me. There's all these different girls there, and some of them don't even speak English. Okay.
How old are how many girls live in that house?
Back then there was about between 12 and 15 on one house, but you're talking anywhere from age 12 to 21 years old,
Mm-hmm.
I think at that time I was the youngest, but.
And some of them didn't speak English?
Yeah, there was a couple girls, they didn't speak English, but we weren't allowed to, that's another thing, we weren't allowed to talk to the other girls. We were only allowed, certain girls were on one certain side of the hallway, certain girls were on the other certain side of the hallway. Back then we had to either call collect or use quarters.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
On a payphone,
Mm-hmm.
They didn't allow us to use the regular phones.
Mm-hmm.
They treated us like slaves, but the next morning,
Thank you.
it's like they knew something was going to happen to my baby or something, because the next morning, I all of a sudden didn't have a heartbeat, and I had to go in. But the strange thing about it is their daughter, this is another thing I thought about, their daughter is a high doctor at the Liberty or at some university, some hospital in Lynchburg, Virginia.
Okay.
And back then, if I remember correctly, their daughter was one of the house mothers.
Okay.
And I'm wondering if their daughter was my nurse or nurse lady and gave me something to miscarry, because see, the thing is they coerced us to give up the baby because they got money for the adoption. It was some kind of adoption ring. I didn't know nothing about it.
Okay.
But my thing was that I kept telling them, no, I wanted to keep my baby because I had a 3-year-old nephew and I had took care of him. I thought I could mother.
This is insane. I don't even know what to say.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was too young.
Okay.
But still, I have questions because now I keep seeing stuff and I'm like, why are all these videos coming up on my feeds for no reason,
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Are you saying that you miscarried the baby?
Yeah. But I was further along and they kept telling me I had to hurry up and make up my mind and make up my decision because I'm running out of time. I have to hurry it up. And I'm like, why do I have to hurry it up?
Hurry what up? Hurry what up?
Decide if I want to adopt the baby out. They kept showing me folders of people's faces. Would you like your baby to be with this person, or would you like to go raise your baby somewhere else or on the street? Or
okay, and then here's a question for you: How far along were you when you miscarried?
I was asking my mom that, and truthfully, I have called down there to find myself, to find dates out, and I can't even find myself actually in their system. That's another thing that's weird.
That's very scary.
I've called down there this past few weeks just to find out information on myself. I even called my own probation officer, which he called me back last night. He was actually telling me information, and he told me, back then I wasn't a bad kid. I just skipped school because I stayed home and stuff. And my mom got in trouble for it. I went in juvie for it. I'm sorry.
Wait, but I just want to stick to the story of just to stay focused. You don't know how pregnant you were when you had a miscarriage?
Well, I can tell you I was probably they had to induce the labor.
Okay.
I had to deliver. So if that tells you I was over 3-4 months.
Yeah.
I was over.
That's crazy.
So let me tell you what is really interesting about this particular conversation. Liberty University is involved, and you hear she broke down crying several times throughout the conversation. There was obviously real pain there. And what's really interesting is that she told me thereafter that while she can pull all of her court records, Liberty University is sort of like, it's all electronic now. You're talking about the 90s. We can't find you. We can't find you. You had a baby in a house when you were 13 years old and we can't find you. By the way, where's the baby buried? I asked that question to her. And she said what happened after she gave birth was they called her mom and they said that she's got to go. I said, how do you know the baby was dead? You're telling me they moved you into a room and they induced labor after you said, I don't want to give up my child. They induced labor. They told you, a child, that yourself, that there was no heartbeat mysteriously right after you made the decision that you didn't want to give up your child for adoption. You felt like you were being pressured. Now there's no heartbeat. They induce labor. You never see your son. That just said she had a son. She never saw anything. They tell your mom she's got to pick you up ASAP. That's what she goes on to tell me, because they didn't want the other young women to be traumatized learning that she had a miscarriage. So in the middle of the night, her mom drives up and picks her up. Funeral? Is there a headstone? What happens when there's a induced labor at Liberty University? This is unbelievable. Now, why she was triggered when she heard Erica speaking about Trump pageantry, to connect that dot for you, is because Erica had said, you have to submit your pictures. Well, she goes back home. She's still a teenager. And 2 years later, she gets an invite to join Trump pageant world. But she doesn't know how they got her picture. She doesn't know how they got her picture. She wasn't taking pictures. She wasn't trying to be in pageant world. And so that's what triggered her. And wait a second, how did they get my picture? Why were they taking these weird pictures? She never said that they were sexual, by the way. I'm sure they probably said to her at the time at that house, like, so that we can submit your picture to the Christian adoptive families, whatever it is. But it sort of clicked to her that that's kind of odd that I got this invitation to join Trump pageant world. Now, for those of you who have followed our Epstein series, we spoke about this. Xavier Poussard showed that this was one of his mechanisms. Jeffrey Epstein, Israel's guy, would go find organizations where there were tons of young women that were coming through, and he would pump money into them, like Victoria's Secret, and maybe some trafficking happened.
Wow.
Right? By the way, the history of pageantry, for those of you that don't know, it's child sex trafficking. It's the Carneys. It's P.T. Barnum and Bailey in America. What was going on at carnivals, historically speaking, it was very dark stuff. Very dark stuff. Anyways, in case you aren't believing the story, because we know what happens next, they do the Mitch Snow thing. Oh, she's crazy. She's making this up. It's all an illusion. Well, the good thing is that there's actually an entire podcast series that is currently investigating this godparent program at Liberty University.
No shit.
And these women have done incredible work, so much work that it actually got picked up locally in Virginia by ABC News. Take a listen.
The Liberty Godparent Home, a place for young, single, pregnant women, is defending itself against allegations of coercion and manipulation.
A new podcast called Liberty Lost alleges some of the young women felt pressured to place their children for adoption. ABC 13's Rachel Branning investigates.
The Liberty Godparent home is tucked away on Liberty Mountain Drive. The maternity home was founded by Jerry Falwell Sr. in the 80s as part of a pro-life ministry at Thomas Road Baptist Church. Now it's the focal point of the podcast, Liberty Lost.
What inspired you to investigate this in the first place?
For the last 2 years, I've been investigating the maternity home after connecting with several residents who went through the home as pregnant teenage girls, both in the 1990s and in 2008.
One of those residents, Abby Johnson. At 16, she got pregnant.
Finding out I was pregnant was traumatic and shocking and not something I had any preparation for mentally, socially, emotionally.
Her parents sent her across the country to Liberty Godparent Home with the promise of a scholarship to Liberty University after all was said and done.
I really can't describe the sense of abandonment and fear and disassociation that you experience when your family abandons you, all the while calling it something like good for you and like, this is a plan.
Johnson says she wanted to keep her son. However, she felt the home already made the decision to go the adoption route.
Did you ever really feel like you had a choice? No, I felt that I was put in really terrifying moments of being given an opportunity to explain to an adult that had a different opinion how I thought I could pull it off.
The Godparent Home declined my request for an interview, but sent a statement saying in part, quote, "Our staff and volunteers work tirelessly in this ministry and have built a reputation of being a trusted voice and ministry resource in the community. They have treated every individual who has sought assistance with compassion and integrity."
Did you feel supported in any way by the people within the home? No, I felt endlessly put off.
Raphael says in theory, maternity homes are a good thing.
These women should have been supported and provided with real options to keep and parent their children if that's what they wanted to do.
But she says the Godparent Home shouldn't have ties to an adoption agency. According to city records, the Godparent Home and the Family Life Services Adoption Agency share an address. Thomas Road Baptist Church founded Family Life Services according to their website. I reached out to them multiple times for comment about the allegations in the podcast.
We just want to make sure we're sharing all sides of this story.
But I haven't heard back. Johnson and Raphael say for them, speaking out is the path forward.
Help people feel like they have a voice, that they're not forgotten.
I also reached out to the Godparent Home. I asked if they can put me in contact with residents who have had a positive experience in the home, but at this point, I haven't gotten a response. Back to you.
Wow.
I would imagine that I would respond to that and I'd say, yeah, tons of people had a positive experience. And again, the woman that I spoke to, you can see she was there when it was Jerry Falwell Sr., who we're going to speak about in a little bit because I'm going to connect even more dots for you. You know, what I want to say is we all felt, for some reason, spiritually sick watching AmFest, right? Tim Dillon did such a good job of saying this feels like something else. Like they just keep saying that this is about God and this is about the Lord and this is about, almost like they were trying to turn Charlie into a messianic figure. And yet we felt darkness there. We felt darkness. We felt like this was actually about money. We felt like we were being deluded. We felt like it was a Las Vegas convention. And I had been speaking throughout the last year, even before Charlie Kirk got assassinated. I dedicated a lot of time in this podcast to speaking to you about this veneer of Christianity. Operation Mocking Pastor, we termed it. And we really saw them start to ratchet that up after Charlie Kirk's assassination. These influencers. Well, this is the Lord. This is what the Lord would want. Yeah, we're going to talk more about that. And I'm going to tell you more about the founding of Liberty University right after a brief break.
This is nuts. I'm
well,
really
it's certainly
glad we
a time in America we've had skyrocket and
commercial though. It's not going to happen.
No
commercials ever.
Said that there is something very wrong.
Okay, guys, just to do a quick time check, we are going to watch the rest of this episode of Candace. Now, I put a challenge out to you guys. Some of you guys want me to keep watching Candace. Some of you guys want me to switch to protest coverage. As of right now, we are switching to protest coverage at the end of this stream because I challenged you guys to send in $200 super chats if you wanted me to continue with Candace. We've gotten like about a little less than $50. So you got a little ways to go, guys. Now you still have time to get there. Like one super chat conceivably could just get us all the way there. So it's up to you guys. Again, I am inclined to switch to protest coverage after this show. This is a great freeze frame for Candace, by the way. I am inclined to switch to protest coverage after this show. This is the last part that's live right now. We can always go back. Oh, see, here we go. The Candace crowd making a comeback. No wonder exorcisms are real. Look at the evil in the world. Sometimes I feel God left this world a long time ago, and all he left was his creation. Nature can sometimes be very evil. Well, nature might be evil, Andre, but you are awesome. $100 super chat. W's in the chat for Andre. Thank you so much, bro. I really do appreciate that. Awesome. Okay, now the Candace crowd has you guys got about 50 more bucks left until the end of this episode. Can you do it? If you guys meet the $200 goal, yo, there it is. Boom. 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 Candace crowd wins. W for Team Candace. You guys won. Holy shit, Real Rain with the 50. Okay. All right. I actually didn't expect Team Candace to win. Okay. Well, the Candace stands have spoken. We are going to finish this episode of Candace, and then we're going to go back and watch Monday's episode where she takes down Alex Jones or something. And then after that, guys, we are going to switch to protest coverage, though. So protest coverage is going to be postponed. I had it starting at 8:15, and now we're going to go about 9:15, 9:30. Protest coverage is being postponed an hour. You know what? You guys live up to your end of the bargain, and you pay me money. Your team, Karlyn. Well, I appreciate that, bro. Thank you. You guys pay me money to do something. I will do it, but we're still doing protest coverage tonight. And as a reminder, when we get the protest live stream back up, I will put the live protest coverage up here. So listen, for everyone who wants me to do protest coverage, you're not going to miss nothing. When the live stream start, I will put a protest live stream above our head. And if anything happens in the protest, we will go to it in real time. Okay. So if something important happens in Minnesota or Portland, I will have the coverage above my head when it starts again. There are no live streams right now. But when they start again, we will be making sure to monitor the situation on the ground in Minneapolis, where I expect it to get interesting in the next couple of days, or in Portland or anywhere else. And if something starts to happen, we will go to that live. All right. So we're going to do both for a little while, but I want to thank the Candace stands. That's awesome, guys. Awesome. Hey, I also want everyone to feel free. You guys can keep sending me money if you want, but we are going to switch to protest coverage after the next episode of Candace then. But we are 100% going to do that. But I just want everyone to feel free. You guys can keep sending me money if you want, just because you want to. I'm just saying. All right, let's get back into it.
Wrong with these mega churches in America. There's very wrong with almost what I would term Christian Inc. These Christian influencers. Suddenly they look like they're glitching a bit, right? Something happened in the last year and we're like, oh, I used to kind of like you. And now
Media is supposed to go live at 8 p.m.
inside of this matrix. You're telling us it's right here in the Bible. You seem overly invested in certain narratives. Suddenly this is being to feel like, well, a psychological operation that's being orchestrated by Israel, because you sort of missed it. If your whole brand is Christianity, but you decided to stay mum on the atrocities that Israel is committing in Gaza, this probably isn't really about Christianity, is it? The Bible's pretty clear. Thou shalt not kill. Children, especially. If I could offer an addendum, children, especially innocent souls, and yet they're remarkably mum on the issue of Charlie Kirk. They had more ire for Candace Owens investigating it than they did for the FBI. No interest. Shut it down. Right? Shut it down. How dare you say he's Catholic? That's what's wrong with this. You saying anything about Catholicism is wrong. Glitch. Oh, Josh Hammer's lying. Let me tell you, he's a wonderful human being. Glitch. I'm sorry, lying. Shouldn't you just be able to call a spade?
Josh Hammer.
No, they can't, because they represent something else. Now, I want to be clear. I have spoken at Liberty University multiple times, and I promise you, I never thought once to look up their origin story. I was just so excited that there was a Christian university in general, and they were remarkable to me when I spoke there. And I wasn't looking, I guess, for anything deeper. I didn't see how I was also being manipulated in various ways early on in my political career. So color me surprised to learn that Liberty University was once failing, and then it received a ton of funding. Honestly, the story of how it came to be the university that it is today is quite interesting. Someone emailed me and they wrote, and I quote, "Hi, Candace, I'm currently reading The Israel Lobby by John Mearsheimer. And in the book, it talks about how the Israeli government gave Jerry Falwell, Liberty University's founder, Jerry Falwell Sr., a $2 million jet in 1979. Adjusted for inflation, that's like $10 million. And that was to gain support from evangelicals in America. I figured it would be helpful for your deep dive of Israel buying evangelicals," end quote. So that's interesting. That tip does seem like something I should explore. Probably is helpful. And it's true. Jerry Falwell Sr., I should tell you, had a rather radical conversion to Christianity when Israel became a nation in 1948. Now, prior to that, this is according to the Washington Post, he came from a family that definitely had some issues. His daddy, a man named Cary Hezekiah, was a drunk, and he was a bootlegger. Okay? He was a bootlegger, and he was a drunk, and he got into a fight with his brother once. This is literally his brother. His name was Garland, and he shot him dead. And to be even clearer here, his dad wasn't just a bootlegger. Cary was not just a bootlegger. He was also a smuggler and a trafficker. Okay, so he pretended like he was just a business owner that was running a string of gas stations, ostensibly, but in reality, he was using his fuel trucks to smuggle bootleg whiskey into America during the time of Prohibition. It's giving Trogno liquors, as we started getting into season 2 of Becoming Brigitte. I'm like, wow, a lot of people were smuggling things into America. Anyways, I keep telling you guys that the people that rule over us, the people that have these huge platforms, they are not smarter than us. They're just more corrupt than us. They're willing to do anything to maintain their power. And they really are the heirs of gangsters. Back to Cary, after he shot his brother dead, he became a rather nasty alcoholic. His employee, one time, this is a true story as documented by Rolling Stone, his employee stayed home sick one day, so Falwell got mad, and he decided to catch the man's cat that he loved, and he killed the cat. And then he cooked the cat. And then he delivered the remains of the cat to the employee's house for lunch. Yeah. That's why I went with the thumbnail title, "Don't F with Cats," because now we have to find Charlie Kirk's murderer, for those of you who watched that series. Now, according to Forbes, he also once threw a man into a bear cage after he had an argument with him at one of his restaurants. So, yeah, he had a colorful background indeed. Like I said, these people are gangsters.
I don't want to.
In 1948, the very year that Israel became a nation, Cary Hezekiah died from cirrhosis of the liver, and his son, Jerry Falwell Sr., had an immediate radical conversion to Christianity. Bootlegging, trafficking, smuggling, be damned, because his business was now going to be the church. Ministering, he became a televangelist, and he established Lynchburg College in 1971, which would eventually change its name to Liberty University that we know today. And yes, it is true, in 1979, Jerry Falwell Sr. was gifted a Learjet from the founder of the Likud party, then Prime Minister of Israel, Menachem Begin. Now, that's pretty nice of Israel. But I always am wondering, in exchange for what? Like, in exchange for what? Because that kind of reminds me about how Bibi Netanyahu wanted to take Turning Point USA to the next level. He offered to take Turning Point USA to the next level. Charlie Kirk said no. But apparently nobody in the mainstream media is interested in answering the question as to why he wanted to take Turning Point to USA to the next level. What does Israel have to do with young evangelicals, a young evangelical organization? Also, how? That's my other big question. How exactly was he planning to get that money into Turning Point USA? I'm assuming he wasn't going to write like a blank check from the Likud party. Surely he was going to accomplish that through other people and their organizations, because Israel never gets their hands dirty if they can avoid it. That's the lesson of yesterday, by the way. You employ Christians to do your dirty work. And I got another clue from a different email tip that I received. Regarding Liberty University, it reads, "Hi, Candace. I have some links that might be important for you in your investigation regarding connections between the Iran-Contra scandal and Liberty University." Now, to remind you, the Iran-Contra scandal was a trafficking scandal that involved our government, the CIA, of course, the Mossad. Jeffrey Epstein was involved in the Iran-Contra scandal. If the Mossad is to be believed, that's how they first brought him in, running weapons through South America. And the CIA and the Mossad got caught they were trying to control what was happening in South America. And they were arming people to take over countries. That's kind of what our CIA does. Anyways, the reason how this involves Liberty University is that during the Iran-Contra scandal, as the email goes on, a man named Sun Myung Moon, a North Korean evangelical cult leader, assisted the CIA in its so-called anti-communist efforts. That's how they billed what they were doing during the Iran-Contra scandal in Central America. He used his logistics network through the churches to aid the Contras through his Unification Church. He connected and their connected organizations like CAUSA. And he also ran PR for the Reagan administration regarding U.S.'s involvement in Central America through his newspaper, The Washington Times. Okay, so what's important is that this Sun Myung Moon later would bail Liberty University out. The person in the email said roughly the amount was $20 to $40 million in the mid-1990s. Now, I find it extremely interesting. This person wrote to me, I find it extremely interesting that the same evangelical cult leader who worked with federal agencies and profited from the Iran-Contra scandal also financially rescued Liberty University, and how Liberty University might be connected to the drug smuggling military base. He's referring to Fort Huachuca. That was the reason he sent the email discussing Fort Huachuca. Interesting indeed, I would say, because we've got a story about the feds, smuggling, Christianity, Israel, South Korea. Did all that actually happen? Yeah, that it did actually happen. And the Washington Post did a fantastic article breaking down what became known as the Moon Cult, in an article that they published in 1997, as that cult was beginning to fade, or I guess their power was beginning to fade here in America. And it's stunning because if you close your eyes and imagine, you start to see Turning Point USA and Turning Point USA Faith. Everything that I've been describing, I kept saying from the very beginning, what went rotten at Turning Point USA was this faith push. I've been telling you, and I'm going to show you that these Egyptian planes, I've showed you in part, we're tracking Turning Point USA Faith, these pastors, okay? What's going on with these quote unquote Egyptian planes that happen to look like they're going into Gaza, actually? So I'm going to read you parts of this article regarding the Reverend Sun Moon, his Unification Church. He declared himself, just so you know, a Messiah. So when we start to see how it feels like they were trying to establish Charlie as a messianic figure, and it's all become somehow about money. They don't actually care about Charlie. It's like, how much money can we make? We're going to put the tent up. We're going to make it people just, here's the bloody mic. We're putting it in a thing. It feels like I said a seance. I want you to imagine that as I tell you about what Sun Moon's Unification Church accomplished in America, rather. And yes, attached to the Iran-Contra affair and Israel and pumping money into Liberty University. Okay, now it tells us that their Unification Church was faltering as a religion in the United States, but it still remains a robust, diverse business. Again, this is 1997, especially in the Washington area, where the movement controls more than $300 million in commercial, political, and cultural enterprises. It tells us that the organizations owned or sponsored by Moon and his inner circle of Korean and American followers holds properties stretching from Prince George to Fairfax County, according to corporate property and court records. This vast and bewildering multinational could be called Moon Inc. It is a sprawling collection of churches, nonprofit foundations, and for-profit holding companies. In the Washington area, the Unification Church's investment is an important cog in a global machine that Moon uses to boost his credibility, spread his spiritual doctrine, and win political influence, according to current and former church members. As the unification movement evolved from selling roses on street corners to acquiring control of a nationwide cable channel, the nation's capital became the epicenter of Moon's U.S. holdings. Those include the Washington Times newspaper, a video production firm, a stately old church, once the pride of the Mormons along 16th Street Northwest, Washington area property owned by the church, its affiliated companies or senior church officials, is worth more than $200 million, according to property and corporate records. A lot of property. I was telling you, Turning Point's getting into real estate. It's very interesting. They're getting into real estate.
That's where the money is.
According to a tip that I have, because they're going to teach young conservatives how to buy houses, I'm sure. Tyler Boyer leading the charge. Washington will be the focus of the worldwide unification movement this week, as Moon-sponsored organizations are going to hold a series of academic conferences and the World Sports and Culture Festival, culminating Saturday with a mass wedding at RFK Stadium. The South Korean self-declared messiah has grown increasingly vehement within the unification movement. Moon's spiritual and business ventures are viewed as a part of a unified whole. Quote, ideas without the money to back them up are just dreams, end quote, said Richard Rubenstein, the president of the movement-controlled University of Bridgeport. The corporate section is understood to be the engine that funds the mission of the church. I am telling you, this is like almost verbatim if you were to read statements about Turning Point USA and their spinoffs. We need the money to do the work. This is what it's going to be the 501c3, the 501c4, and Turning Point Action. This is where it's all going to come together. Goes on to tell us that since the 1970s, Moon has gained his highest profile in this country, not with his church, but with the Times, the 100,000 circulation daily that competes with the Washington Post. But the paper has become an established voice of conservative America. Beyond the Times, Moon-affiliated entities are linked by a complex web of interlocking directorships and nurtured by a seemingly endless flow of cash from the Far East.
You don't
That has enabled them to buy new businesses and even help to bail out Reverend Jerry Falwell's founding Liberty University. Again, this is 1997. Executives of unification-related entities have acknowledged that money from Japan and Korea are fueling their U.S. operations. But the magnitude and the mechanism of those payments, as well as their exact sources, have eluded investigators on 3 continents over the past 3 decades. Let me slow that down for you. So you're telling me we have a faith-based organization with a political arm that is stretched into evangelical churches, that's working with Israel and helping the CIA traffic arms at one point through churches in the presence of their church. And now you're telling me that when they started looking into where this money was coming from, it's actually eluding them how the money is coming from Japan and Korea. And wasn't that Charlie's last trip? Bizarrely, he went to Korea. We're going to get to that. And then after he went to Korea and met with the pastor, that pastor got arrested. Again,
you know what's funny about this? I don't know if these two things are related. But I distinctly remember James Lindsay going to Korea. Does anyone remember this? Remember we watched, this was like last year sometime, we watched a speech that James Lindsay gave to Moms for Liberty where he was blatantly ripping me off and blatantly using my analysis like word for word, but he was pretending he came up with the ideas. And James said in that speech that he had to fly to Korea like the next day. I don't know if these two things are related, but I know James has traveled over there quite a bit, and James is a rabid fucking Zionist. And that's just weird. That's just weird.
We're going to get to that. And then after he went to Korea, he went to Japan. I'm just saying the past is feeling like it's a bit prologue. Why was Charlie going to build up? What does Charlie Kirk have to do with Korea? Turning Point Faith pushing you into Korea. A lot going on in South Korea, by the way. Like, LOL, when I saw this article about how they suddenly established a Holocaust museum, I was like, there goes the neighborhood.
Oh, no!
Did we have that article? Yeah. South Korean Christian Zionists opened the country's first Holocaust museum. I should add that to my timeline because there goes the neighborhood. We're coming. You can't question anything. We're going to call you Hitler.
Real.
Sorry,
Gotta
South
go
Korea.
to your Holocaust
You're so
Museum
cooked.
visit.
Okay. Anyways, jumping back into this article before I show you what happened when Charlie went to Korea and a pastor then got arrested.
Listen. Listen. Just because I never get high on the internet doesn't mean I have memory issues. I am a savant. There are some I don't remember everything under the sun, but on stuff related to things I'm actually paying attention to, yeah, I remember every fucking detail, especially when it relates to the left or people on the internet. I remember every fucking detail ever. I can be like, in January of 2022, here's what happened, and here's who said this, and here's where they said it. Blah, 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 blah. I don't know what it is, but there is some types of information that just cements itself in my brain, and I don't have a photographic memory. My husband sometimes tells me, he's like, Karlyn, you have a photographic memory. I really don't. I do not have a photographic memory. But on some things, I am just a savant, and I don't have any explanation for it. It just is what it is. So understand this. If you have ever said anything to me or done anything to me or done something that I care about, it's probably stored in my brain somewhere. And just because I don't say anything about it doesn't mean it's not in there and won't be used at a later date.
Tells us that Moon Inc. Sorry, let me flip this. Wrong side. Moon's businesses exist for several purposes. Church leaders and critics agree: to employ members, to gain influence in industries that Moon considers crucial, and to support Moon's spiritual and political agenda. Sometimes that support is direct, as when Moon's nonprofit organizations contribute to conservative political and social causes with financial donations, staff, and publicity. And sometimes it's indirect, as when Moon-sponsored groups stage academic, religious, and cultural conferences, inviting professors, clergy, media executives, and other opinion shapers to meetings, all expenses paid. Oh, that reminds me of Turning Point USA Faith. I told you they were embarking on this pastor summit. They were going to bring all of these Christian Zionist influencers, training.
He was
a pastor
James,
summit
and people might not understand this. James Lindsay used to do speeches with Turning Point Faith, like specifically. That's why it's relevant.
McCoy, as I showed you that, Sean Foyt, they were going to lead this up, pumping in money. This is what was growing. Turning Point Faith, which was spun out of Liberty University. So this feels especially relevant.
Let me see if the live streams are up from...
Goes on to say that they'll have a conference on the essence of religious founders. This is a guy who was an ex-Catholic priest. His name was Borderland. He says, quote, they'll have a conference on the essence of religious founders like Buddha, Jesus. And then Moon gets a room full of academics to sit there. He gets his picture taken with them. Okay. He gets credibility.
Guys, I gotta go make some dinner. I need to eat something like rather severely. So before I have my next beer, I'm just gonna go. I'll be gone for 5 minutes. I need to go make some dinner. I'm gonna let this play. Let me know if I miss anything. All right, but I'm just gonna let this play. I will be right back. I promise.
Get to have their conference. It's all very messy.
And watch me eat my
Borderland, like many people who have received some of Moon's generous bounty, has never been able to figure out the blizzard of organizations that make up Moon Inc. He says, quote, my money is never from the church itself. It's always the international something or another. That's interesting. Because when we started looking into Operation Mocking Pastor, we had that lead that it was coming from one of these international fellowships or whatever, ICJF, I don't remember what it was. Point is like there's all these international fellowship of Christians and Jews, and they're pumping money with an explicit purpose. In fact, you'll be very proud to know, when I worked at the Daily Wire, they used to bring me companies like ad reads, and they brought me the International Fellowship of Christian and Jews to read ads for. And so I said to my producer at the time, I said, well, what is this actually? Let's pull it up. Okay, because I was allowed to decline an ad read if I had a moral, if I felt like I was morally averse to it. And so I pulled up the website, and it was basically, here's what you Christians can do for Jews. And I said, this doesn't feel like a fellowship. So no, I'm a Christian. I'm going to get to work. We have tons of issues. They're not saying what they're going to do in the Congo, or how they're going to help with what's going on all around the world, Armenia. So why would I just read ads for it? There's something going on with that organization, by the way. They've got their hands in a lot. Anyways, that's how they were doing this. They were paying this guy, but it wasn't actually coming from Moon. Moon's church, it was coming from international something or another. That's how you hide the money. It goes on to read on one corridor, the International Coalition for Religious Freedom, the group that Bordelon said signs his checks these days, shares a suite with the Martial Arts Federation for World Peace and a company called Washington Times Aviation. The only person in the suite on a recent visit was a Korean man who spoke little English, saying, "I am Martial Arts Federation. I work for Father." Okay. Then tells us that Moon's Washington enterprises range from a ballet academy to an architectural molding company to magazines. They said, quote, "The idea was that we'd be like Disney, controlling all kinds of media, working on behalf of God." Always, always. Paquette, whose job gave him access to financial information about several church-related businesses, said he believed that virtually none of the Unification's U.S. operations is profitable. You have all these businesses and none of them are profitable. Where's the money coming from? How's that work, actually? And isn't it starting to sound like the Seven Mountain Mandate? These pastors, we got to have an interest in culturally here and there. We've got to be everywhere. And Turning Point's going to help us get there. It's very interesting. Where is the money coming from and where is it going was one of Charlie Kirk's last questions before he was assassinated. He established Doge to determine that answer. They decided to investigate Moon Organization in 1978. In 1978, a congressional investigation into the Moon Organization concluded that, quote, "the Unification Church and numerous other religious and secular organizations headed by Sun Moon constitute essentially one international organization that moved money freely among its entities." SEC filings show that the cash for Nostalgia, that's one of their companies, comes through a chain of companies that lead to the Unification Church International. It's a vertically integrated operation that is common in Moon's empire. He goes on to tell us, this is my favorite quotation, because it's just so mega church vibes. Like, you find $300,000 behind a sink or a toilet. Tells us, quote, "Rev Moon sent bags of cash, big fat bags, stacks and stacks of hundreds from Korea and Japan to Manhattan Center. The church's recording studio in New York City," Paquette said, "whenever we asked where that money was coming from, the answer was that it came from the Father." Okay. I think we're good on that. I'm sure it did. The wealth of Unification's worldwide economic empire remains a closely guarded secret. Lawrence Ziliox, a private investigator who has studied the church for more than a decade, has concluded from church documents that the Unification Church International, the main holding company for Moon's U.S. businesses, exceeded $500 million in the mid-1980s. Man, who took Moon Inc. to the next level? But the church's wealth has always been centered in Asia. A detailed analysis by the Far Eastern Economic Review in 1990 valued the church's land holdings in South Korea alone at more than $1 billion. In recent years, though, several of the Korean companies have lost money, causing business experts there to wonder, like their counterparts in America, where the money comes from. Charlie Kirk, where is the money coming from and where is it going to? Charlie Kirk is in Korea, he's in Japan, and he's being told that he's there for reasons that have to do with the Christian faith being suppressed. And I don't think that's why they had him there, to be honest with you. I don't think that's why they pushed for Charlie to go to Korea and to Tokyo. The long-standing explanation as to where the money comes from, where the money was going to, it is Japan, not Korea, that provides the bulk of the church's wealth, as much as 70%, church observers estimate. They can't get to the bottom of that. They don't know. They don't know the answer to that. Yet despite years of such legal and financial troubles, the unification movement continues to pump hundreds of millions of dollars into existing businesses and new ventures all around the world. It's just a bottomless pit of money. Nobody knows where it's coming from. According to business analysts and academics who study the church, Moon's most ambitious foray into the political process in recent years was the American Freedom Coalition, a conservative group that built popular support for Colonel Oliver L. North during the Iran-Contra probe. In addition to about $5 million, unificationists provided the personnel that gave the coalition its grassroots strength. Former church members said, yes, of course, we got to be able to help the colonels, got to have a military angle here. And so that has been their most ambitious, building something that actually helped the Iran-Contra people that were implicated. Tells us also in 1995, the Women's Federation made another donation. That's another arm of his church, a donation that illustrates how Moon supports his fellow conservatives. It gave $3.5 million grant to the Christian Heritage Foundation, which later brought a portion of Liberty University's debt, rescuing Reverend Jerry Falwell's Lynchburg, Virginia religious school from the brink of bankruptcy. The Post has learned of more recent and direct financial support from Moon to Falwell. Last year, New World Communications, which is a parent company of the money-losing Washington Times, lent $400,000 into Liberty at a 6% interest, according to the promissory note. So the point of all of this is that to get money, it's a web. It's a financial web that took one investigator 10 years to still not figure out how all this money is happening. And that's what it feels like Turning Point USA has become, a very complex financial web where money is coming in and money is going out and every dollar is being spent and money is going back to certain people and there are kickbacks. And it feels like very sophisticated money laundering. When I read
money laundering
what
in
happened
South Korea,
with Moon Inc. and I compare it to what seems to be happening at Turning Point USA, it feels like the company grew bigger than Charlie Kirk. And then they were ready to go to the next level. Like maybe they were presented with an opportunity to become Moon Inc. And maybe Charlie said no. Maybe. Anyways, back to Korea. Yeah, Charlie's last trip. He went to go meet with a pastor. And Charlie, the way it was pitched to Charlie was that they were suffering, Christians were suffering in Korea because they want to get engaged into politics. And Christians want to vote what Christians are concerned about. But again, I don't think that's why the McCoys were pushing for Charlie to go to Korea because they just got a Holocaust museum. And I don't think much Holocaust stuff happened in Korea.
Probably not.
Feels like maybe Korea's getting infiltrated, like America got infiltrated. I mean, you can guess how extensive the infiltration is by guessing how extensive the Holocaust education is what I would say. That's kind of the lesson that I'm looking back and I'm learning. It's kind of weird. We didn't learn about this Candace. School. We had to learn about that. Yeah. You have to establish yourself as the ultimate victims before you do the ultimate oppressing vibes. I don't know. Anyways, I'll let you read about, or rather see, this is the headline from the Korean Herald, how pro-Yoon pastor was arrested for breaking election law. He was arrested on September 9th. Now, to remind you, Charlie was there on the 4th and the 5th for the Build Up Korea conference. So days later, he got arrested. And the rhetoric that he was using is interesting. It's very interesting. Take a look at this news clip.
Your mom died in the Holly?
And sorry,
I'm
Skylar.
sorry to hear that, Billy.
Turning overseas, we've been following the case of South Korean pastor Yoon Bo-sun. His imprisonment has raised concerns about religious freedom in South Korea. The case recently gained more attention when his son Chance spoke in Arizona at Turning Point USA's AmFest. Asia correspondent Lucille Toulousan spoke with him following that appearance.
Excuse me, what?
Where he spoke about his father's case. Pastor Yoon Bo-sun remains jailed in South Korea on election law charges and has drawn attention from the Korean administration for his stance on biblical truths.
So firstly, I would like to thank CBN News for covering my father's news when it was mostly needed. And that's when I believe a lot of Christians in the States especially starting to pick up my father's story. I think this is a great opportunity for Americans themselves to be able to realize what's at stake and what we are to do as brothers and sisters in Christ.
As a show of support, the organization Advocates for Faith and Freedom has launched a petition for a fair legal process in Pastor Son's case. Support from Americans is also growing. That includes the late Charlie Kirk, who met Pastor Son in Seoul at a conference.
My father was able to share what's happening in Korea recently, especially to the Christian leaders, including himself. and also the possibility that my father could get arrested. And in fact, my father got arrested 2 days after he met Charlie.
Thanks for the super chat, bro. Karlyn, are these the same Moonies that used to sell flowers on the side of the road when I was growing up? I kind of think so, but I don't know for sure. But it kind of seems that way, doesn't it? Thanks for the money. Appreciate it.
Charlie made sure that he will use his platform and his voice to let the whole world and America know that this is happening in South Korea.
These are the same ones?
This was
It's
important
the same
for
people.
him
It's the
because
Moonies.
it was an example
This
what
is
would happen if we
bizarre,
don't speak
bro.
for biblical truth.
What the hell?
So just so you know, why was he arrested? Well, he was accused of violating the Public Official Election Act and the Local Education Autonomy Act prior to attending a court hearing on Monday on the warrant for his arrest. The conservative pastor participated in a protest that was held by
Let's see,
Christian
what beer
groups,
do I want?
in which he said that the state is, quote,
do
the
the,
same
peanut
as
butter.
Hitler and the Nazis, end quote. And his arrest would be a confirmation of his claim, according to this article. He shouted the words that Lee Jae-myung has to die for Korea to live. They're fighting Nazis, guys. Like everybody, everywhere is fighting Nazis at all times. It's just the only thing that's ever happened in the history of the world is these Nazis. And obviously, if you don't allow this museum to come in and allow Christians to have a leg here, Christians, well, then obviously the Holocaust is going to happen again. I think it's pretty sound.
Yep.
This all feels right
Real.
to me.
Real, Candace.
If I had
We need to prevent
today,
another Holocaust at all costs. We love
give
Jews.
you my best guess as
We
to
love Jews
why
here.
Charlie Kirk was assassinated, it's because an offer came to him to become the next moon, to turn Turning Point, which is already a $100 million organization.
Wait. This is the peanut butter beer. Candace thinks that Charlie Kirk was going to become the next head of the Moonies. Okay. She had me for a while. She had me. It was going on. It was going at I was like, okay, Candace, I'm following Liberty University. Sketchy. Yup. Okay, Moonies. Sketchy. Okay. Charlie Kirk was supposed to be the next head of the Moonies. We just went. It's like the brakes go on. Like, like the brakes go on. We're banging a Yui. We're banging a Yui in the middle of Storo Drive in Boston.
This all feels right to me. If I had to today give you my best guess as to why Charlie Kirk was assassinated, it's because an offer came to him to become the next moon, to turn Turning Point, which is already a $100 million organization, into a multi-billion dollar organization.
They are a cult,
in
not
real
New Age.
estate
New Age isn't
and
real.
purchasing businesses and doing all sorts of things, working with the military and the top politicians in the world. And you just turn the other way. Don't ask questions about where the money's coming from or how you're getting the money. Just keep things afloat and keep poisoning the minds of the youth. And keep saying that you're doing all of this in the name of the Lord. Because, why not? If Moon could help the CIA traffic in the name of the Lord, why couldn't Charlie Kirk's organization do that? The hell was Charlie Kirk doing in Korea? Okay. This is my best guess. I think this is what Charlie Kirk said no to. I think this is what Charlie Kirk turned down. And I would imagine that if you're his lieutenants and you're thinking this is a lot of money, a big payday, you might betray him. You might betray him for that. So that's all I have for you today. Very long episode, but a very important episode to see how all of this comes together. We're going to take a break before I...
All right. Admittedly, I didn't see that coming. Candace, you got me with a clip. You got me at the end, Candace. You got me at the end. I had no idea this was going to turn out with... They were trying to make Charlie Kirk the next head of the Moonies, and Charlie Kirk turned them down. And so they had Charlie Kirk assassinated because he didn't want to be the next head of the Moonies. Listen, man, even if Candace is full of shit, this is just good entertainment. I'm sorry. Like, even if I think Candace is totally full of shit, I genuinely want to know where this goes next. I now feel I was completely emotionally disinvested from all this Charlie Kirk bullshit because I think that Candace is full of shit. That's like, honestly, but even if Candace is full of shit, I want to see where she goes next. I'm like, I'm back in. I am back in on the story. I am back in on whatever journey Candace is taking us on into some weird alternate universe where Charlie Kirk was supposed to be the next head of the Moonies and he turned it down. I'm here for it. I'm here for it. But listen, we were going to do protest coverage. That was the plan. But then you guys paid me another $200 to go back and watch the episode of Candace's show earlier this week where she ragged on Alex Jones. And so we're going to do that. And then in about an hour at 9:30, we will be switching over to live protest coverage. Yup, they paid Reagan. They did. They paid me $200. Come on. I keep my end of the bargain. I said, if they pay me $200 more in super chats, I would watch another episode of Candace. And they did. So we will be switching over to protest coverage at 9:30 p.m. Eastern, and we will be doing protest coverage for the rest of the night. But I follow through on my commitments, and I'm going to watch this episode where Candace drags Alex Jones. And then, but just so everyone is aware, we do have live protest coverage above me. This is Status Quo News, live on the ground in Minneapolis. They are a lefty news outlet. If there are other live streamers that get up and running in Minneapolis or in Portland, we will be monitoring the situation. If anything happens on the ground that is interesting, we will cut the Candace coverage and go right to the protest coverage. So you're basically getting a twofer at this point. You're getting a twofer. We're doing our protest coverage anyway. We're going to switch to that completely at 9:30, and we're going to do one more episode of Candace in the meantime. So guys, please make sure to mount the like button. I want everyone to know you can still send me money, and that's totally fine. You know, you can keep sending me super chats, and that's cool. But we're going to go and watch this episode of Candace. Where is it? You won't believe what happened while we were off the air, because this apparently was where she drags Alex Jones. And let's get this party started.
All right, you guys, Happy New Year. I hope you missed me, because I definitely missed you. I have so much to say. It is the year 2026, and I am feeling sparkly and brand new show icon, new YouTube and Rumble banner. I'm even wearing a new shirt that I got for Christmas, which is why it truly pains me to report that our government is up to the same old Fed sloppy tricks.
Oh, yeah?
Speaking of which, many of you have already messaged me regarding the Daily Wire seemingly reactivating my old social media accounts and releasing an old promo, an old trailer rather, from when I used to work with them. It's very confusing, but I have the answer for why it happened. And no, of course, it did not happen because I said it could. It did not have my permission. I'm going to tell you what those guys are up to. I'm a little bit terrified. There's been a lot that has transpired over the last 2 weeks while we were off air. Many things that I have wanted to respond to. So buckle up, because it is going to be a long week,
they're
and I suspect it might therefore
they
also be a very long year.
Yes.
Welcome back to Candace. Where should we begin? I'm going to begin with Johnny. I ran into an 11-year-old boy at the bakery this weekend, and his name is Johnny. He's from St. Louis, and he watches my show every single day with his mother. I thought that was really sweet, and I told him that when I was back, I was going to shout him out on the very first episode of the new year. So Happy New Year to Johnny from Missouri. Happy New Year, actually, to everyone except for Andrew Colvett, the spokesperson of Turning Point USA, who has been working behind the scenes to have me smeared. Yeah, Andrew, you got caught. And today I sentence you to truth. And that's never a good thing for people who lie on my name, okay? I always
listen. Here's what I'm going to say about Andrew Colvett. I don't know anything about Andrew Colvett other than he follows me on Twitter. And this week, the community had a couple interesting interactions with Andrew Colvett, where Andrew Colvett tried to tell us that Democrats were the same as communists. And I was so proud of people in the community, because My community so gently corrected him. There were so many replies to Andrew Colvin on Twitter saying, no, Andrew, that's not true. You need to pay attention. But everyone was so nice. We were not shit posting. We were not name calling. Everyone was very nice. And I don't think Andrew was pissed off about it. And I hope that he pays attention to it. And, he's going to sell a narrative because he's one of the people running Turning Point USA. That's what those people do. Like, fine, whatever. I don't begrudge him that. Whatever. I don't know anything about it. So I am neutral in regards to Andrew Colvett, although I do like that he follows me on Twitter. That shows hope and promise in some respect.
Have things that I'm keeping, and I know some things about you that now the public is going to know. And before I tell you guys how Andrew got caught, and I mean caught, I'm talking hand in the cookie jar, red-handed, orchestrating attacks against me via obscure YouTubers, I would like to at first go back and revisit Turning Point USA's end-of-year conference, AmFest, supposed to be America Fest, because I was not on air for all of it. I was just on air for the beginning. And I have a lot of things that I feel that I need to get off of my chest about that event.
Do it, Candace.
It's never too late.
Do it.
And I want to say this also. History books, they're not going to be fair to me. I think we know that. When I am long gone from this earth, the history books are not going to tell the truth about the things that I did. They're not going to tell the truth about
That depends on
my
who writes them, doesn't
contributions. But I want to be clear that I want to be remembered as the person who was holding the internet back. Last year, I was in earnest holding the internet back. Everyone was coming at Turning Point USA at all these allegations. And I was like, no, chill, just give them some time. Everybody grieves differently. Just give them some time. It's just different. But now I quit, okay? Hands down, I am letting the internet go. I am done, okay? I'm already the media's public enemy number one, but now I feel ready to fully embrace that. I want to let that hit me like a tidal wave, because there was one solitary thing amongst a great many other things, I should add, but there was one solitary thing that happened at AmFest, which was the straw that broke this camel's back. What do you guys think it was? What do you think it was that happened at AmFest that just sent me over the edge? Before we hone in on that detail, I think the bird's eye view of AmFest is that it looks like a convention for a pyramid scheme. I think that's fair. I think that is a fair interpretation of everything that we watched. The conference looked and felt like a weekend in Las Vegas, like
got another feed
Disney World for adults, because that's what Las Vegas is. It's like Disney World for adults, or rather adults at Disney World with no kids, because there was something about it that was disturbing. And I think that the comedian Tim Dillon did a fantastic job of summing up how everybody felt watching it. Here is what he had to say, and I'd like to remind you, you should be mad at Tim Dillon and not at me. He's the person that is saying the quiet part out loud. Take a listen.
This turning point kind of abomination that the right wing of this country has turned into like a bad reality show. And it's all of the fault of everyone, by the way. It's the fault of everyone speaking and everyone attending, and there's nobody that gets everything about this is weird and uncomfortable for everyone. And I'm not saying she killed her husband or knew about it or whatever. I'm saying the guy got shot 3 months ago, and she walks out to a pyrotechnic display, and then she goes, we're going to elect J.D. Vance. It's weird that that's where her head is at. It's difficult for many people to relate to. It's not relatable for people that talked about how Hollywood isn't relatable and Hollywood is out of touch. This looks a lot like Hollywood to most people. And to go out through a stream of fireworks and sparklers and stand there in a glittering pantsuit and talk about electing J.D. Vance 3 months after your husband was killed, Many people feel that there is something off about that. And we're starting to see that political people are the exact same thing as the Hollywood elites that they all love to dunk on. And we all look at this. This is Megan Thee Stallion twerking at the Kamala rally. This is deeply unsettling to a lot of people. It feels like you're being played. You feel it. It seems off. You feel like this is a coordinated and choreographed spectacle so that you are played. They want your money. That's what they got mad at Candace about. They're like, why are you telling people not to give us money? She's also saying you killed the guy. Why are you mad about the money? They're just mad that they're not getting money. They want your money and they want to be celebrities.
Okay. So that's an honest take. That is just a very honest take. And you can be mad at Tim Dillon. You can be mad at me for playing Tim Dillon on this show, or you can be someone that's concerned about the direction that the Republican Party is taking, and you can recognize that that's the truth, okay? You can keep deluding yourself, and you can keep pretending that this is not how the public received this event. This is not how Republicans are feeling. But you would, again, you'd just be deluding yourself. That's the truest take right there on the internet about how people felt when they watched it. It felt like everything that all of us on our platforms said that gave us the ick about Hollywood when they got up on stage and they mocked people that lived between LA and New York City, when they mocked the farmers and the ranchers and people that supported Trump in 2015. That's the vibe that it's getting. It feels like we're being mocked. Now, for clarity, that's just broadly speaking. Like, broadly speaking, it was not relatable to the general public to see a situation where a man is murdered in broad daylight and the company that he built allows the very people who hated that man while he was still alive to simply pay enough money to speak main stage and pretend that they were best buds. There's something about that people just can't relate to. Like, yeah, Ben Shapiro didn't really like Charlie when he was alive, but he gave us $1 million. So he's going to be at AmFest, and he's not only just going to be at AmFest, he's going to walk out right after Erica Kirk opens up AmFest. And we just sort of expect the public to be fine with that. That actually happened. Now, maybe Turning Point USA is not striving for relatability, and that's fine. Money can, in fact, be your motive. But for me, when it moved toward becoming an abomination, the thing that sent me over the edge was when I saw the tent. Okay, I am never going to get over this tent. I could spend a week discussing this tent. I could probably do a month of content describing what it was like for me when I saw the tent and how I felt seeing the tent and what this tent actually now represents. What am I referring to? Let's take a listen to a reporter who was at AmFest describe the scene behind her in the hallway outside of the speaking area. Take a listen.
And you can see from behind me, this is a recreation of the tent where Charlie Kirk lost his life at Utah University in September, and people are taking selfies with it.
Are you serious? That is fucking morbid. What the fuck is wrong with them?
I am not capable of whatever that. When I saw this, I realized I do not know enough words.
Weird.
I had to consult a thesaurus, and I still could not land upon the correct adjective to describe how I felt when I saw that tent. People taking selfies under a recreation. I don't know if it's actually the tent. It looks like it's pretty old, or a tent that Charlie died under. That's what was happening at AmFest. Horrified. I was aghast. I don't think I ever described myself as aghast. I was aghast. It was ghastly to look at that and to realize that they made a conscious decision to allow that to happen. To what end?
Nuts.
Okay. I messaged people inside of Turning Point. I said, I wonder who approved this, because I know what's going to come next. You're going to say, oh, we don't know how it happened, and it's something fell through the cracks, and so much was going on. We had no idea the tent that Charlie died on was being brought in as a display. We had no idea that was happening. So I messaged and I said, who did this? Who approved this? I want to know, because I have no authority to fire these people, but I want to pretend like I can fire the people who made this decision, everyone involved. And the answer that I got, you're not going to believe this, or you will believe this, that the person who approved this tent was the amazing Elizabeth McCoy. Potentially more amazing than her husband, Michael McCoy. Elizabeth McCoy was the person who approved this tent. So there's no way that they can come out and pretend like Erica didn't know this was happening, because she's very close with Elizabeth McCoy. Okay, she's very close with her. So for everybody on the outside looking into this, AmFest is when we realized that something very disturbing is happening in America. I feel like AmFest is, or what it did for me was it contributed to my realization that the future, the dark future that everyone's always predicting, like the AI future, it's here. We're actually here. I think that we are fighting machines. I think that these people are not humans, that they're sentinels that maybe look like humans. That's how I feel. I feel like it's the single solitary event that contributed to my realization that the future is happening right now. And the issue that a lot of these, the gap that's between us and the rest of them is essentially they don't know how to behave like humans. You know what I mean? Like we're fighting an algorithm, a computer code that is presenting as a human being, but actually it can't comprehend real human emotion. And the programmers can't quite write the code specifically enough to emulate real human emotion. And so in response, they're just multiplying the sentinels. Like they're sending more of them to say and do things that are obviously abnormal, that are obviously inhumane. And they're hoping that with enough of them pretending like it's fine, they can override our humanity. Like, well, everyone's saying this is fine, so it has to be fine. Everyone's saying it's fine, so it absolutely is fine. And there's something wrong with you if you don't realize why it's fine that we're hanging up this tent and taking pictures and selfies under it. I don't know. There's something wrong with you. You're just upset or something. The result of what's happening right now, and Tim Dillon is about to explain this, and I have a lot of Tim Dillon clips because he just spoke to me when I heard his take on everything. But the result is that right now what's happening in this country and really all over the world is that everything feels weird and wrong. That's why I kept saying last year that everything is fake and gay. It feels like we're watching a movie. It feels like we're all in the Truman Show and everyone around us are actually robots. And things have gotten so abnormal that even things that should be abnormal, like RFK sexting, which is what Tim Dillon's about to describe, feels like that's the most normal thing going on. Take a listen to Tim Dillon.
What a profoundly dysfunctional society we have. There's nothing to look up to. There's no one to be excited about. Really, the least controversial member of this administration is RFK Jr. Can you imagine?
Yeah,
He's the least scandal-prone member of the administration. And every 3 days, there's another text leaking from him where he's like, open your mouth. I want to put my seed in you. And that's somehow the best part of this whole thing. His sex are nowhere near as, scandalous as like Kash Patel, the FBI director, is sitting there updating you on his girlfriend's country music tour. It's hell.
It's so cringe.
It's absolutely hell.
Kash Patel
and Erica Kirk, God bless, tragic, and I'm sorry for what happened. But nobody knows why she's out there in a glittering pantsuit.
Hang on. Can we just talk about Dan Bongino being a massive faggot for a second? Can we just do that? Hey, thank you for the super chat. I appreciate you. I appreciate it. Dan Bongino can literally fuck right off forever and ever and ever. That asshole comes out of the FBI and he's like, oh, I'm going to tell you who the real enemy is, the black pillars who are telling you all this stuff is going on and that I didn't do anything about it when I was deputy director of the FBI. Dan Bongino is so full of shit. If he really says that him and Kash Patel fixed the entire FBI within the span of a year, and then he just had to go, like he had done all the work he needed to do at the FBI, and so he needed to go back and be his podcast host so he could go and argue with people on Twitter. Did you guys see Dan Bongino's? And I don't even like Dave Smith, by the way. Dave Smith is also a massive faggot who is afraid of me. I'm not. This is not about Dave Smith. The Dave Smith can go fuck himself as well. But like But like Dan Bongino took so much joy and glee in arguing with Dave Smith on Twitter. And he even posted on Twitter, he's like, I really missed this when I was in the FBI. It's like, bro, you are the deputy director of the FBI fucking I. And you're reminiscing about how much you missed arguing with people on Twitter while claiming that you fixed the entire FBI within a year. Literally fuck off. Does Dan Bongino thinks that all of you are stupid? That's the thing. He thinks literally that all of you are stupid. He should be excommunicated. You put on all this pretense for years and years and years about all the things you're going to do on your podcast and blah, 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 talking ad nauseum, making millions of dollars on your podcast saying we should do this, we should do that. And then you get to be deputy director of the FBI and you leave after a year because you were wrong about everything probably. And there's nothing you can do to fix it anyway. And you lied to the American people for money. And then do you guys remember when Dan Bongino basically admitted he was lying to people on his podcast to make money and he couldn't lie to them in the same way as the deputy director of the FBI? Dan Bongino should be excommunicated from public life forever. Forever. You get a chance to be deputy director of the FBI and you pussy out in a year and then you have the gall to come out and say, I'm going to be your leader because everyone's black, blah, 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 blah. Like, he can go fuck himself.
Recreated tent that her husband tragically was murdered in, throwing merch out. She's out there talking to Nicki Minaj. People are confused. What's going on? Those are the three words that sum up this whole entire mess that we've created for ourselves.
Yeah, Dan Bongino should be
He's right. What is going on sums up how we all feel right now. And I also would like to mention here another confusing parts that we kind of didn't discuss enough. Another confusing part of that Barry Weiss interview that we should discuss more. Everyone was making TikToks about the stop, just stop, but actually the most effed up part about that interview was CBS's decision to bring Hunter Kozak to ask Erica a question. Again, who approved this? I want to know. I want to know who thought it up and who said, okay, yes, let's do it, because everyone involved in that process is what I think we're fighting right now. I think these are robots. There's no way that somebody comes up with that idea and then a team of people at CBS approve it.
Cynthia, I love you.
Again, they wanted to recreate the moment that Charlie died, but this time his wife was going to survive it. Hunter Kozak, last time we all saw him, Charlie died. Barry Weiss, bring him back. Erica's going to survive it. Now, to the computer programmers, I want you to know that to us humans looking into that, the part that you're missing is post-traumatic stress, displaced anger. Like, technically, Hunter Kozak didn't do anything wrong on that day at UVU, but I hate him anyways. That's how I feel. I hate him anyway. I don't ever want to hear his voice ever again because he's the last person on earth that tried to stress out Charlie Kirk, right? Asking him a stupid question about transgenderism, then Charlie died. So it's not fair, but I don't like Hunter Kozak. I just don't. And I think that that's a normal human feeling, right? Bringing him back to finish asking a question, like this time Hunter's going to get to ask his question, that's not relatable to the rest of us. It actually makes people who have a soul feel icky. So I want everyone to watch that moment. I want to invite you to go backward and to rewatch that moment and the manner in which Barry Weiss tees up this excruciatingly odd question. Take a listen.
Erica, as you know, the last person that Charlie ever spoke to
she's
was a
Weiss
Utah
is
Valley
another
student
piece of fucking work.
named Hunter Kozak. He was asking Charlie a question that day when he was shot, and he's here tonight, and he wants to ask you a question.
Wow.
Hi there.
So it doesn't matter what the question is. I wanted to tee that up so you could see it. How does that make you feel? How weird is that? The way that I feel when I watch that clip is like when Barry Weiss goes home at night, she just plugs herself into the wall to charge. That's how I feel. I just feel like that is we're just different. I don't know what species that is or what computer program that is, but I can't relate to that. I can't relate to the idea that if Jackie O a few months later decided to do interviews, that they would be like, hey, Jackie, are you down with like getting back into the car and we're going to drive back to the spot in Dallas, but don't worry, this time you're going to survive. Same people are going to be in the audience, but this time we're just going to recreate that. That's weird. So the real question that I have going into this year is how many of us humans are left? That's my energy in this year. How many humans are actually left? Because I think the war is already happening. And also, what's going to happen now? What's in the forecast for humanity in 2026? Because we've clearly woken up to the fact that everything is fake and gay. And we are therefore now reaching an inflection point. The people that rule over us, they tried it the nice way, I guess. They increased the pageantry. They used even more pyrotechnics and fireworks, and it seems like we're not biting. We are still talking about Brigitte Macron being born a dude. We're also still talking about the Epstein files. I'm sorry. So what's the next step? What's going to happen? Are they going to just get crazier? Yeah, I think the answers last year taught us yes. They want to start rewriting laws. They want to bankrupt people for knowing the truth. A real headline today, by the way, Brigitte Macron, who was quite literally born a male and who quite literally committed statutory rape under the then French law against a 14-year-old student, has successfully secured a conviction against 11 people in France for cyberbullying. And the media is now, of course, trotting that out, pretending that that's proof that she's a woman. No, it is proof that France has now created laws and are willing to try people for telling the truth if the person who is lying feels bullied. That's what that means, just so we're clear. So if Rachel Dolezal is, as she is, actually born Caucasian and she's presenting as Black, and you go online and you say, hey, you're actually a white girl, she could sue you if she feels cyberbullied. That's what's happening in Paris. And I think that's kind of an understanding of what they're trying to make happen here in America. The deep state is insisting on passing speech laws, and they're going to attempt to bankrupt me for knowing the truth about Brigitte. Now, this is a longer clip, and it is so worth listening to because it's brilliant. I honestly think this is dark comedic brilliance from Tim Dillon. Again, perfectly explaining this exact moment in time that we are all in. So to tee this up correctly, essentially, Tim is discussing how our modern world and culture, we are all starting to realize, was created by powerful people who are into kids, like Jeffrey Epstein. And yet the media just wants us to move on and keep going. So take a listen to what he says here. He's just kind of recapping the moment that we are in right now.
This was our culture. For a very long time, it was domination, evil, exploitation, bad, not good, but it was our culture. It was our culture, you know, and, you know, we're coming to terms with that. We're coming to terms with that, and it's a little bit of a pill to swallow, is it not? It's a little bit of a pill to swallow, huh? It's a little bit of a pill. It's a little bit of a pill.
They got the big
You ever
call.
get
They
sick
got
as
the
a kid, and
costumes,
your mom's like,
the
you got to
Pikachu,
take this one.
the
And you're like,
shark, the frog in Minnesota.
She's like, this one is everyone
That's
that rules over. He's a
Minneapolis
static
above my
pedophile.
head.
You're like, oh no, not this one.
Big ass rally.
It's a
in
little bit of a
Minneapolis right
pill
now.
to swallow, but that's where a lot of this comes from. This is the runoff. What you're seeing now is the runoff of people living to pretend that that isn't true. It is the denial of that culture that has produced this culture. Listen up, I'll say it again. I should be paid more for this, frankly. I'll say it again. It is the denial of that culture that has manufactured this culture of nothingness. It is the
Cam
unwillingness
Higby's
to look that in the face
See where Cam Higby's at.
that has produced slop.
There he is.
That's what it is. It is the discomfort that comes from facing the fact that your greatest fears are true. And you're unable to process that, so you dive into the Eras Tour. You backstroke through the restaurant that serves the thing from the app that you saw.
The thing from the app that you saw.
You try to vacation in the right place to take the edge off. You know, it is the denial of truth that has delivered you here into nothingness, into emptiness, into a place where, do you want to see the amenities? The building is really nice, but you've got to see the amenities. The amenities are really over the top. The HOA is really high, but you have to see it because the amenities are so worth it. The amenities are amazing. There's this amazing room. You can use it if you have a party, like 12 to 15 people. You want to do a dinner. You can bring in a private chef. You can bring in a private chef. It's so amazing. They'll set right up and they'll do a dinner. You can actually bring in servers and a bartender. I've done it before. It's amazing. It actually connects to a terrace. What's great about it is it's actually for everyone in the building to use. You can reserve it, but it's very easy. You just do it on the app. Is the world run by satanic pedophiles? There's also a rooftop garden. It's amazing. I go up there. I have coffee all the time. You can go. So you get a special key when you come here, and it'll only go to your floor. So you don't have to worry about any of the security. And at the top of the building, there's a rooftop garden, and you can sit there and you can even do yoga because actually it's super private. There's like alcoves. Right. Let me ask you, do you think that our civilization is run by like evil pedophiles that are murdering and torturing children? And next year the restaurant opens. So like I don't even want to talk about the restaurant because it's literally so amazing and you can't have it right now. But within 5 months, we have a celebrity chef who's opening a restaurant. It's like Mediterranean, but it's also kind of like more on the Italian side. It's like super perfect. It's like amazing. It's great for like light bites in the morning. And then you can like even grab like coffee and breakfast. And then there's like a lunch and then there's like a dinner. And even I've heard this. I've actually heard this. I can't confirm, but I've heard, can't confirm, but I've heard that they can actually cater your party in the private amenity space. Like the restaurant can cater your party in the amenity space.
That's so real.
That sounds really good. Why do you think that woman got shot in the face in Oklahoma?
Looks like they're marching now.
Well, anyway, if you want it, just speak to your realtor because it's going to go really, really fast. We already have so many people coming back to see it for second and third showing. Cool. And I just heard that around the block, that like super exclusive restaurant that nobody can get into, Tate McRae was there last night. Wow. Well, thank you for this info. You've given me a lot to think about.
They're setting off fireworks.
And it is the denial of
Those
that
are
culture
fireworks
that has
in Minneapolis.
produced this one.
I just had to play that in its entirety because it's brilliant. It spoke to my soul when I heard it. That's how I felt last year. I'm like, hey, guys, like...
Hang on. We're going to watch this episode of Candace. I just want to just do a quick check-in in Minneapolis, though, because it looks like there's a march getting underway. And it looks pretty lit, to be honest about it. So we are doing protest coverage tonight, guys. We're going to finish watching this episode of Candace, but, like, there is a massive march in Minneapolis happening right now. There are multiple people on the ground. This is Marketo Media on our stream. Cam Higby is on the ground. This is Cam Higby's stream. Right here, you can see above me, they're marching down the street. They're setting off fireworks. Wow. This is going to get real tonight, this weekend, guys. It's going to get real. There may be riots tonight. I'm absolutely convinced they're going to be tomorrow because the weather's going to be nice tomorrow. There's going to be mass action all over the country all day. Only reason, no. Everyone shame this person. Oh, yeah. Conservative retards actually believe every single person. They're all busted and paid protesters. Are you smart enough to fucking be here? Can everyone shame this person? Only a literal retard looks at the amount of people in the streets and honestly believes they were all busted and are all paid protesters, bro. Smarten the fuck up if you're going to be on my channel.
We're live in Minneapolis, Minnesota.
Wow. Really insane. Really insane outpouring in Minnesota. Crazy. Well, I just wanted to give you guys a preview of what's going on. I wanted to make sure to keep you up to date. We are going to continue to have, I will put the protest coverage above my head so that if anything happens, we can go to it live and we can kind of monitor what's going on the ground. We are going to watch the rest of this episode of Candace, though, because this is getting really good and spicy. Hey, War Garble with the $20 over on Rumble. Conservative retards are MAGA-tarded. Yeah, so true. So true. Thanks for the 20, bro. All right, let's go back to Candace. And we will finish this episode. I think we got about 20 minutes left, and then we will be transitioning to live protest coverage completely.
A lot going on right now, and it feels like they're just giving us more stuff, more materialism, more trash music, glittery suits, pyrotechnics. Don't look, don't understand that we are perhaps being run by society is being run by incredibly evil people, and it's been happening for a very long time. And I don't really care about the new iPhone that's dropping. I don't care if you got into Mar-a-Lago last night. There's something more important that's happening here. And the droids keep droiding, right? They're fighting us, and they're just kind of telling us that we have to accept this culture, and we're saying no. So I guess in summary, the battle lines have very clearly been drawn this year. You now have to decide what side you're going to take. Are you with the Sentinels? Are you with the human beings? I've decided very clearly, but I'm with the people.
No naked bikes.
And I'm done holding them back because all of this is effing
We got a couple
weird.
months before they do
We're
that
going to discuss even more weirdness that's going on. First, we're going to take a brief break and throw it to our sponsors.
No
ads,
ads, Candace. No ads. No ads.
And the world's most published cardiologist will grant the boards fill out a quick intake form.
No.
And you for messaging me saying that the Daily Wire had brought back my old YouTube channel. They had seemingly deleted it. Apparently, they just privatized it. And they brought it back, and as you could see, they premiered an old trailer from when I was joining the Daily Wire.
This is actually a really funny thing that the Daily Wire did, but it's also actually really fucking underhanded. So the Daily Wire owns the social media properties of Candace Owens' podcast when she was there. Obviously, Candace had to start a different social media after she left because the Daily Wire retains ownership of those properties. And by the way, Candace was dumb to allow that. Candace's lawyer was fuck off dumb to allow that. And Candace should be giving her lawyer a good piece of her mind to allow them to continue to own and control her name and her social media. That's some fucked up shit. They shouldn't have been allowed to do that. I can understand having just transitioning the properties to something else, but that's messed up. But the Daily Wire actually did something which is kind of funny, which is they relaunched Candace's social media properties that they own with this new stupid show that they're going to do. And thankfully the show is so cringe and lame that no one's going to watch it anyway. But that was actually kind of a funny move on their part, but it's fucked up that they own the social media properties in the first place, and it shouldn't be like that.
Wire, and if this wasn't a mistake, this was not a mistake because they put a card in the front that said this was shot in 2021. So what are they doing? They also did the same thing on Instagram. My old Instagram channel, they re-released my trailer from when I was first joining them. So clearly they're trying to get attention for something.
That's a massive fucking march.
And I can tell you what that something is. I love scooping people when they're just being weird.
Yeah, it's like a magician allowing someone else to own their music. That's exactly right.
I did have a little bit of sympathy over this break. I would like to apologize to the midget horse. The midget horse never deserved the FU. There's nothing wrong with being a midget horse. And
midget
I was a little
awesome.
Fired up and I attacked a small horse that probably did nothing wrong, if I'm being honest. Now, more broadly speaking, the reason I had sort of snapped at the end of last year is that it has been a very long road, as I showed you an example of me just trying to be fired like a normal person. Just so you guys know, in a normal world, your employer, if they fire you, that should be the last you hear of them. You should not then have them follow you to events, calling people to try to get you canceled from speaking events, putting pressure on people, lawsuits. That's actually toxic. And when I said to people that it was getting to a point where I felt like I was being stalked by them, I said this like privately. I said, I genuinely feel like when you break up with someone and you have a crazy ex, that was how it felt like being fired from the Daily Wire. Except in this circumstance, the ex broke up with you, but then I guess like maybe changed their mind or just didn't want to see you move on and be happy or successful. There was an element of this that felt, and I truly am not trying to be dramatic here, it felt like a crazy ex-stalker. Like, if I can't have you, nobody can have you, you know? And so to connect this point, to build this corollary for you guys, that was how I felt. That was what I was expressing to you at the end of last year, that I was done with it. Right? I was like, I'm leaving Daily Wire in 2025, come hell or high water. Well, they want hell or high water because it turns out the reason they're doing this and doing it on my channel is because they are trying to hard launch a young woman named Madison Bransford. Okay. Now she's apparently an intern at the Daily Wire.
To the Jews.
And they're basically dropping like an iCarly type Nickelodeon feel show where she's going to make fun of me. And the show is entitled In the No-No because apparently they watch every second of my show, which they've been doing for a very long time. They used to send clips and have people make fun of me when I was first getting started. And so now, because they still can't let me go, and since Ben is now on stage bringing me up and saying, we don't know, but we know, like it's giving crazy ex-stalker. They're now launching a show with this girl. I'm sure she's a lovely human being. It's basically like they tried to find someone that's similar to Brett, but it's not at all because it's not mature. And she's just going to make fun of this show. So that's what the Daily Wire has in store. I'm sorry to have scooped you on this new brilliant idea to hard launch something on my socials of somebody making fun of me. I'm sure you thought that was going to get some like huge applaud. It's weird. It makes me uncomfortable, if I'm being frank. I'd like you guys to move on. I understand now. You're never going to stop. This is just what we are. You're forever going to obsess about everything that I'm doing. I think it's a bad idea. I would kill it if I were you guys, but I see that you've already made a significant investment. And I hope it works out. I hope a person dedicated to making fun of me in the note, I hope it works out for young Maddie. Anyways, we now need to turn our attention back now that we've recapped.
It was also
about the
hilarious. Yeah, I agree.
We obviously have to discuss Fort Huachuca because it seems to have driven people.
I wouldn't want that done to me.
Insane. Okay, insane. People are losing their minds ever since we mentioned Fort Huachuca, which signals to everybody that Mitch is telling the truth.
No, Candace.
Okay.
No.
Now,
Candace,
I should tell you that if Charlie were alive today, they'd be calling him demonic. They'd be calling him possessed. They'd be saying that he was crazy for not trusting the government because he...
This is what Candace does. Candace is going along just fine for like 75% of the show. And this is a great freeze frame, by the way. Candace is going along just fine for like 75% of the show. And I feel like I'm with her. I'm like, yep, Candace, I was kind of fucked up. Yeah, I agree with you, Candace. Yep, Ben Shapiro's a dick, Candace. Yeah, I get. And then Candace goes, yeah. And I'm like, no, Candace, no, come back. Come back to this. Come back to this. You didn't need to do a U-turn to go off into the woods. No, come back. Come back.
He was honest. He had an honest perspective about psychological operations. He noticed them. He knew the government was behind these psychological operations, just like the one they have put in place since Charlie was assassinated. Here is what Charlie had to say back in October of 2024 regarding the CIA and MK Ultra. He is speaking with Justice Smith. Take a listen.
Do you think the MK Ultra project ever actually ended? Or just went
no,
under
we have no evidence that it ended. And I mean, also we have Operation Mockingbird too, which was another CIA program, which was that they were going to take over all the news networks and have symmetry in their broadcast communications. No, the Central Intelligence Agency is actively involved in mind manipulation of people here domestically. And that is completely against the CIA charter. We must understand, we have Congress and they're just kind of like a peanut gallery. And then we have a super government that exists above Congress of the Department of Defense, which is the Pentagon, the Central Intelligence Agency, which is its own thing out in Langley, the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They run the country. The intel agencies run the country.
I agree.
People don't run the country. The executive branch doesn't run the country. This is why they hate Trump, because Trump was the first candidate since JFK to actually want to declare war on the intel agencies and bring the power back to the sovereign. And both him and Kennedy got shot.
Yes, well, I am just in many ways, I think it would just pain Charlie to see everything that's happened since he passed. I think it would just pain him to see what Trump has become. He's become a deep state, obviously, and never have I ever seen a more aggressive psychological operation, or a more obvious operation, for that matter, than everything that the intel agencies have been trying to impart upon the public since Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Until, I should say, and relatedly, I saw what happened after we brought up Mitch Snow. Okay, so let's recap what happened in case you forgot. I mentioned Fort Huachuca on my show, and apparently the world exploded and imploded at the exact same time. The story was pretty simple. I was contacted by someone claiming that he was very certain that he saw two people at Fort Huachuca in the days leading up to Charlie Kirk's assassination. Okay, he contacted me specifically about Brian Harpole and Erica Kirk. Now, I wasn't sure if I was going to have him on the show, because he saw, to be clear, Erica Kirk on the 8th leaving the Candlewood Inn Hotel on the base on Fort Huachuca. She was with somebody who looked similar to Cabot Phillips. We're going to discuss him tomorrow. And then they were just leaving the hotel. Then he says he sees that Cabot Phillips looking special force type person the next day with Brian Harpole. And he's basically 100% certain he saw Brian Harpole at this top brass meeting that took place on the morning of the 9th, a meeting which was concluding on the morning of the 9th around 7:30 a.m. He sent me all of the receipts to back this up. Okay. Again, wasn't sure if I was going to have him on the show. Felt weird about asking him not to tell us the part about Erica Kirk, because I was more interested, obviously, in the meeting because of the manner that he described it. Like, this is a final meeting before an operation. But what would Brian Harpole be doing there? What sort of an operation are we talking about? Now, we couldn't jump to conclusions at that point, because maybe Brian Harpole was going to say, oh, yeah, I was there. I was there because I was picking up something from my brother. Maybe Erica was going to come out and say, yeah, I was at Fort Huachuca base because my mother has DOD contracts and I'm very familiar with this base and I was going to see a friend. We didn't know what to make of anything other than he said that he saw these two people on different days. Again, to be super clear, he did not see Erica at the meeting on the morning of the 9th. He saw her the night before, allegedly, obviously. That was the allegation. What happened after we allowed Mitch onto the show to share his story was, it was just madness. It was kooky. What happens next is Alex Jones, of all people, the guy who brought us the gay frogs, and a couple of YouTubers that nobody had heard of, began a very aggressive effort to go after Mitch, right? To say, nope, this guy is illegitimate. We shouldn't listen to a single word that he says. Quite literally, Alex Jones went onto his show and declared war on me. I've never said a bad word about Alex Jones ever. In fact, only good words. I've spoken about Alex Jones. I said he's always been good to me. I've played clips of him. I said he's very funny. And he's going to act like I've attacked him. Never spoke to him about Mitch Snow. Nothing. Listen to Alex Jones quite literally declare war on me. And this is over Mitch Snow. Take a listen.
I remember saying to them, like I said, I got to investigate her now. I got a bad feeling.
Yeah.
I didn't have a bad feeling. God gave me a good brain. I already knew. I dropped the ball. I apologize. She's a globalist agent. I dropped the ball and I failed you and I'm sorry. I got to follow my gut every time. It's never wrong. And I saw so much more she did.
Oh, Alex Jones is the best.
And I love her people threatening me and all their doxing of people and all that. You think that's going to make me go away? All you did was wake me up. Like a nuclear test site waking up Godzilla. So just get your asses ready. Because you want a war? Yeah. I want your war. I want it all. I want the doxing. I want the lies. I want the attacks. I'm going to take you on. Because you work for the deep state and the Democratic Party and the CIA and MI6, and I see your ass. So you just get ready.
Yes.
Okay, points for entertaining. I have no idea what he's talking about. I don't know. Good luck. I hope you do it. I hope you go after whoever it is. If the attacks are in the room with you right now, Alex, let us know. Okay. I literally have no idea what he's speaking about. I was off air and Alex Jones was just burying himself, getting fact checked. People are attacking him because he's lying about what I've said. He's pretending it's personal. Like he and I had a conversation, or like I went after him on the show. I don't know what that is. Then I would eventually find out exactly what it is. First, the efforts from Alex Jones and these YouTubers. Well, first, they played like they were friends with him. So you had this Paramount Tactical account and Valhalla who called up Mitch and pretended to be a brother, like a brother in arms. Yeah, brother. Yeah, we're trying to help you. We think, Candace could be potentially funded. This is, Paramount Tactical, potentially working with foreign agents, and like, you're one of us. At the exact same time, they had Ian Carroll calling me, and Ian Carroll was being a friend, and he's like, hey, you should get on the phone with them and you should come out against Mitch because Mitch is a fraud. And Mitch was never in the military, and it's going to be really bad for you. Like, you need to make a statement against Mitch. So just to make that clear, they're trying to pressure Mitch to say something against me, and trying to pressure me to say something against Mitch, to believe that Mitch was a fraud, and to have Mitch believe that I was a fraud. That struck me as odd. I did not take the bait. Then after, through a third party, effectively threatening me and saying that lawsuits were going to be coming if I did not go back on my word of allowing, Mitch to be on my platform and share his story, that there were huge lawsuits coming. And I explained to Ian Carroll, I was like, Ian, this is not how lawsuits work. They didn't send me a cease and desist. What have I done wrong here? Then they said that he was never, that it was like stolen valor. He was never in the military. And then they had to admit that, no, actually, Mitch was in the military, but they were ashamed because he was a really bad dude who abused women in the past. And then they brought out the said women onto their platform. Like, suddenly we are being brought into Jerry Springer, and they had to absolve his past. Everyone's like, what does this have to do with Fort Huachuca? Can Suge Knight see Brian Harple at a military base? Like, do I care about Suge Knight's history? What does this have to do with anything? This is just illogical.
They're outside the federal building.
So when the public didn't bite on that, they then said that it probably wasn't even true that he was at Fort Huachuca, because he was a pathological liar, and they could prove if this was a bad dude and a pathological liar. So I then dropped the military police reports, the actual incident reports from what happened on the base on that day, which proves that Mitch told the truth. So then they pivoted, and they said the police report was fake. There were some points of it looked fake because it had typos, and this didn't look like a real driver's license number for driver's license for Washington State. And apparently, police officers never make typos, right? Everyone knows these are
never make a typo.
English students. These are authors. How could a police officer typo in a police report?
Never happened.
Goalpost was moved again and again, and finally, they decided I'm not kidding here. They decided that as proof of how terrible of a human being that Mitch was, which again, I still can't compute what this has to do with whether or not he was at Fort Huachuca, but as proof, they were teasing this, and Alex Jones was teasing this. They were going to bring his son on, his son, who he has not spoken to since his son was 2 years old and who is now an adult man. They were going to bring his son onto the show to speak about Mitch. And accidentally, and quite hilariously, the son confirms that the incident at Fort Huachuca actually happened. Okay. Take a listen to that moment, because it's perfection. It's hilarious.
You're a veteran, and I don't know. Have you watched his claims on Candace Owens? Do you know what he's talking about?
I watched some of them very briefly. I can only stomach so much of that bullshit. They're not going to let him go into anywhere ops center or anything like that. Yeah. On any post. Not Huachuca, not Carson, not nowhere, not in the States, not abroad. They're going to make him go through the same center that everybody goes through to get his ID, get it renewed if he doesn't have it to that point. They're going to let him go to the commissary. They're going to let him go to the PX, maybe some of the other amenities on the post, but he doesn't have a secret security clearance.
Or if he does walk into the Joint Task Force staff duty, he might end up detained and outside getting the canines called on him as per this report, which again, I don't even know if this report is real or not. There's so much craziness going on with this report. It's not a plate number.
They called me on September 9th, asking me if I knew anything about a Mitch Snow, and telling me that I was listed as his number one emergency contact. And I just remember sitting there for like a minute, like, I don't know Mitch Snow. I don't know why I'd be on somebody's emergency contact list.
Oops. Not what they had planned. So yeah, Fort Huachuca, everything he told us happened that morning on the 9th happened. And they also called his son because they probably looked up at his son, was his son. And yeah, oopsies. So then they pivoted again to hosting a stream to rather gloriously and definitively declare that Erica had an airtight alibi on the 8th. Or at least they were confused about dates and didn't realize that we were speaking about the 8th. And this is when things went very sideways and revealed that Andrew Colvett was actually the hand behind the scenes communicating with these people, these obscure people who were obsessed with Mitch's past. Paramount Tactical is live and he accidentally reads his instructions from Andrew Colvett, but couldn't read fast enough to the part where Andrew Colvett says, please don't show this. Take a listen.
You know, I asked him, hey, do you have proof of this? He says, but it's worth saying Erica wasn't in some fort in Tucson. The internet's gone insane. She woke up next to Charlie on the 9th, went to the office with Charlie all day, woke him up from a nap before a fox hit, went to dinner with Charlie. Literally, people are lunatics. And then the next one, proof, she was with her kids at 8:33 a.m. Pacific time, which again, in September, Arizona's on Pacific time. Taking them for a walk. Apparently, I wasn't supposed to share that. But anyways, point being is that's 8:33 a.m. It
we weren't
shows
supposed to share
the
that.
date on that. Sorry, Andrew. I screwed that up, man. I was trying to run a podcast and do everything else.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You should be sorry. I'm sorry for Andrew too, because that's what pissed me off. Honestly, I'm going to be honest with you guys. That was upsetting to me because we had all suspected that Turning Point was behind this. We had suspected that they were the ones, and I can confirm to you because also Alex said that he was in communication with Turning Point USA. The spokesperson is Andrew, obviously, and I confirmed that Andrew had been communicating with Alex Jones directly. But why that upset me was because they were willing to drag me through the mud to try to have me, I would say, threatened by these YouTubers.
Okay,
this guy
you literally
goes,
said
Andrew
that,
Colvett.
Dragon Lady. You keep saying the same thing over and over again. She doesn't have any. Well, first of all, she does actually have receipts. She is showing receipts. Now, is she showing enough receipts to convince me? No, she's not. But you keep saying the same. We hear your grievance. We are watching this for entertainment. If you don't want to watch it, go somewhere else. I don't want to hear the constant complaints and grievances in the chat over and over and over again. We'll get to protest coverage in a moment. We're watching Candace right now because people wanted to, and I quite frankly find it interesting and entertaining. And that doesn't mean we believe everything Candace says, but I'm tired of seeing the same thing over and over again in the chat.
And yet they wouldn't just communicate that directly to me. Like we were very open to him just having the wrong memory, being where he was, but maybe having the wrong memory and not having seen Erica or seeing Brian Harpole. So what is this actually about, right? What is this actually about? And what was upsetting to me, especially first and foremost, because this makes no sense. Nobody accused Erica of being anywhere on the 9th, but yet we see her finger in there. We see that she is showing that she's with her kids on the morning of the 9th. And that to me ran counter to my meeting with Erica. I was left under the impression after my meeting with Erica that Andrew Colvett had gone rogue, right? A lot of the things that I was saying and Turning Point was saying the opposite thing. And I felt like they were trying to make me look like a liar, right? The Charlie Kirk Catholic thing, me speaking about the threats that Charlie received the day before he died. And then Turning Point would come out and issue a statement. Their excuse was like, okay, no, you were telling the truth, but Andrew Colvett went rogue. And to be honest, I wasn't exactly sure what to believe when I left the meeting. Obviously, I wanted to take time to digest those things. But I'm very clear that that's what I was told, right? They copped to the fact that yeah, Andrew Colvett did receive that text from Charlie the night before, and Charlie was worried that he was going to be killed. But, Erica didn't know this information, and she was looking in his iMessages. Okay, so Andrew went so rogue that he didn't even communicate after Charlie was assassinated to the team that Charlie was afraid he was going to die. Also, he was rogue, apparently, on the Superman text as well. Like, he was the one who issued that tweet and quoted the surgeon. Right? I then told you
I think they're outside a hotel where they think people are
the
staying.
surgeon never said that.
That's what
that was not a quote
they're
from the surgeon.
Outside a hotel where
what I didn't tell you
they're shining lights on the
was
windows.
That according to my source, which I trust very much, the person that was on that phone that said that quote was actually Erica.
Oh,
it was a 3-way phone call after my episode.
Really?
I am told, again, these are two disputed narratives. Erica claims Andrew went rogue, and also the surgeon went rogue and violated HIPAA. My source says that no, the surgeon did not violate HIPAA, and he never said that. But he answered Andrew Colvett's questions because Erica was on the phone, and that the Superman quotation came from her, and they thought it was sweet because she was trying to grapple with things. And that's why I just abstained from telling the public that, because I thought maybe she needed to believe that because he died. And I was trying to be gracious. I don't know what to believe. What I see now is that I'm getting played because now I see that she's giving an alibi to Andrew, and Andrew's not going rogue. Okay. Andrew is being told to do these things. Andrew is being told to attack me and to attack my narrative. Andrew is being told to lie on my name. Andrew is allowing these attacks to happen, sitting there across from Alex Clark, like, Catholic, no, he just liked the architecture. And I no longer accept that he is just going rogue. Okay. That to me shows coordination. There's no other way to read it. So we have to sentence Andrew Colvett to more truth. That's going to be the new vibe. You lie, I tell the truth. So let's revisit the Hamptons. Okay. Remember that whole debacle? Another thing that I said to the public was that Seth Dillon was pressing Charlie. I said there was a smaller meeting that took place. I said Bibi Netanyahu called and he offered to take Turning Point to the next level. And everybody had a lot to say and things were crazy. And, Candace is crazy. Max Blumenthal's crazy. He also reported this. Everyone's lying. That's not true. Everything was amazing. Well, the Hamptons debacle came up when I sat down with Erica, and she conceded that, she was there. I had no idea, by the way, that Erica was there. The first time I found out Erica was there was when I was sitting across from Erica. I don't know actually why I wasn't told that earlier. Anyways, the point being is that she was there and she conceded that, yes, the Israel thing came up, and just as the people told me that his perspectives on Israel were being challenged. And then she said, I was there when Bibi Netanyahu called.
Minnesota.
Okay. How come no one has confirmed that? There's a piece of me that is angry about the fact that I have been telling the truth, and I feel like I have been being gaslit about that. And no one has tossed me a little bit of rope, right? Hey, Candace, you're out there. She's telling the truth. Bibi Netanyahu called. Erica told me that, but he did not offer to take Turning Point to the next level.
But I'm going to take them off for the next stream.
And I said, really? She said, yeah, I don't know who your source is on that, but that part's not true. He did call, but that part's not true. So what I told her, what I think shocked her, was that my source on that, which I had never previously revealed to the public, was Andrew Colvett.
Aha!
It was Andrew Colvett who told me that Bibi Netanyahu offered to take Turning Point to the next level, and that Charlie Kirk said no. Did he go rogue again? I don't know. I said I find it very weird that Andrew would make that up. And then I was sort of told, like, well, maybe it happened a different time or whatever. Maybe when she wasn't there. It was pretty specific that it happened. And then I said, and I confirmed that with two other people. One person who I'm not going to give the clue about on the show, because it would reveal a source that was not related to Andrew Colvett, who confirmed that very same thing. And there's no way Andrew would have known anything about that source. He was not communicating. He was not that source's source. Somebody else at that dinner was. And then I confirmed it for a third time with somebody that is very close to Andrew Colvett, that he said that he lost a lot of money when Charlie said no to Bibi Netanyahu. That's your punishment, Andrew. Truth. So now you can respond to reporters asking the questions. That's what you get. Don't lie in my name. Don't direct people to attack me. I'm done with all of it this year. Now, regarding the Fort Huachuca story, I now very much believe there is something here. So I reached out immediately after this moment where Andrew goes mask down. I reached out to Andrew Colbert directly, and I reached out to the COO. And in good faith, I said, hey,
Candace,
I am happy to communicate the facts to my audience. You don't need to submit your alibi to some obscure YouTuber. You don't have to have Alex Jones go after me or attack me. We were just interested in the truth. We didn't know where this was going to end. And I had a phone call, not with Andrew Colbert, a good phone call. I do think thus far Justin Strife has maybe been the only person that has been well intended. And he's not on social media, so he kind of stays above the fray. And he was trying to understand what happened, and I explained to him that I was now pissed off, that I viewed this to be a violation of our ceasefire. Okay, and he said to me that he would get me a message from Erica that was her quote unquote alibi, if we're calling it that. I never demanded an alibi again, but that this was a conversation between her and Charlie about dinner, about them making dinner during that time frame when Mitch believes that he saw her on Fort Huachuca, at the Fort Huachuca base, at the hotel. So it would be impossible, obviously, if this is a conversation on the 8th between Charlie and Erica, for her to have also been on the base, a conversation about dinner. He did send me that message, but the contact name was blacked out. So I said, do you mind, just sending me, you can unblock the contact name, obviously, because I know Charlie's number. So, and he said, we thought you were going to release that to the public, and we don't want Charlie's nickname to be shown. And I said, well, don't worry about that. I'm not going to release the message. I think the public trusts me. I'm not going to release the message. If I say I saw it and confirmed it, they would trust it, but I need to see Charlie's name. Could you just send me the quick video of her opening that? And I've not received that since. Okay. So that was, a while ago.
Did they try to trick her?
I followed up about 4 times. I still have not received that. So I cannot confirm that conversation took place between her and Charlie. I'm interested in confirming it. I'm interested in confirming it because I feel like something's there. I just sense, you know what, to use an expression that Daily Wire apparently loves. We don't know now, but I think we know. Something happened at Fort Huachuca. And tomorrow we're going to dive deeper.
Okay.
We're talking about Cabot Phillips.
All right. All right. That's it. We made it. We're done with Candace. We're done. What we're going to do is we're going to take a quick break. We're going to take a quick little break. And I'm going to put in the chat, and I'm sorry, Rumble, I can't do this on your end because I don't know the Rumble link until I end this stream. But on YouTube and all the other places, this is the link in the chat if you want to join us for live protest coverage. I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to pee. I'm going to set up the other streams. We're going to be doing live protest coverage all night. Thank you to everyone who sent in super chats on this stream. We are transitioning to live protest coverage. We are shutting down this stream. We are opening a new stream. So those notifications go out to everyone to come and join us to watch the festivities in Minnesota, in Portland, in wherever for the rest of the night. You guys can go refill your drink. Go roll a joint. Go pee. Go get a snack. Do whatever you need to do. And we will be doing protest coverage in but a few minutes on the other stream on YouTube. And that's it. Bye. I'll see you on the other side, guys. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.